Dong, 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 dong. It's 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It's time for the Idiot Show. Before we get started, I'd like to go ahead and go over our customary start of the stream warning. This stream may not be family friendly. This stream may not be child appropriate. This stream may not be appropriate for any audience, anywhere, anytime, on any astral plane, or in any parallel universe. I tend to curse quite a bit. Sometimes I can go a few hours without cursing, sometimes it's every other word. My chat tends to get a little on the spicy side. Adult situations, conversations, words, and undergarments may be discussed. If any of what I just said sounds unappealing, if you were easily offended, easily triggered, or just don't like the sound of my voice, the other streams are down the hall and to the left. Without further ado, let's get into it. And at the beginning of the stream, I would like to thank random subscriber number 224 and random subscriber number 225 for smacking that like subscribe button in between streams. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you, thank you, thank you. So last time on the Idiots show, we put up a little a 70,000 megawatt diluted fuel plant. Yeah, just a little one. And my 70,000 megawatts seems a little small when you're, making 2.3 million. 70,000 is kind of a drop in the bucket. Just a little bit. Becomes a little less impressive. Johnny! It's the man, the myth, the moderator man himself. Here to lay the smackdown on the villainous trolls. So, what do I have planned today? I have no fucking clue. None. No clue. I mean, we got some more crude oil. We can make another diluted fuel plant, but we're gonna need a pole. I gotta come up with a poll for the day. That seems to be going over pretty well. And we need a music. Music ist matched. Hopefully OBS is actually working with that. Yes, it is. You guys should be hearing something. Yeah, a bit of funky beat right now. Little funky beat. I've spent a good chunk of the morning trying to make the blueprint for the 13 terawatt. Let's discuss the Uber factory. Yes, we will be discussing the Uber factory. Everything will be discussed. Welcome in, Wattage. And boom, Johnny's on a 35 stream streak over on the Twitch. Yeah, because unfortunately, I mean, I don't really have a whole lot left to do in 1.1. I would have to go through and do so much revamping to try to take what I've already built and switch directions that it's kind of not worth it. I mean, we're talking probably another 100+ hours for me to tear everything down and completely reset everything. I honestly don't have that much time left in 1.1. And with the fact I'll be gone for a few days in the coming week, Yeah, we're just not going to do that. So I got to try to think of things I can do on this playthrough before the 17th. Getting a lot of hiccups. Let me check something. It's not that. Let me check my task manager real quick. I mean, I'm running about 67% of my CPU. Memory, I'm only at 32%. I'm only at about 53% of my GPU. Need to check on my fused modular frames and see if they're starting to back up or not. Because, you know, that's kind of important. Crap. That's literally the train I want. God damn it. Come back here, you friggin' jerk. Come back. Damn it. There ain't no way in hell I'm catching you going uphill. Well, we'll just jump on this one. Gets a little bit of speed going down Johnny Hill there. Not to be confused with Benny Hill. Aha! You thought you were going to leave me behind, but no! Got it. Yesterday's stream was, looking at the metrics for yesterday's stream was freaking nuts. There were 500 plus views on the stream, 3 new subscribers, and 2 came in between streams. Not complaining at all, but that's nutso butso. My like, a high point for my streams is normally around like 350 views, so 550 is kind of nuts. Now YouTube's doing his bullshit again, saying I ain't got no viewers. Yeah, it's 577 views at the end of the stream. I think that qualifies a little nuts for, you know, a channel of my size. Yeah, things are coming together. I guess me playing factory games was a good idea. I really do enjoy these games. I enjoy the planning. I enjoy the mathematics. I enjoy the thought exercises. Trying to figure out how to lay them out in an efficient and orderly manner. Those are actually enjoyable to me. I know a lot of people probably don't think any of that sounds appealing, but very relaxing. I don't know about affiliate, but definitely I think 500 subs by the end of the year is without a doubt in the realm of possibilities. So the fact that there's still some sitting here is actually really, really good. Unless the train just dropped them off. But I don't see a gap in the line. I mean, I guess there's a little bit. Oh. Yeah, I guess there is. I don't think the term affiliate applies on YouTube. I think that's a Twitch thing. So still not really piling up very fast. And I realize this is only a Mark 1 belt, but I only need 44 of them in per minute. So Mark 1 belt's absolutely fine. Yeah, I knew what you meant, wattage. But for monetization on YouTube, there's 2 tiers. There's at 500 members or 500 subs, you get the option to have members, which isn't. It's a form of monetization, but it's not at the same time because you can make money from members. Members can donate. I think it allows you to have members and to have donations. At 1,000, you get ad revenue. And I'm not holding my breath on hitting 1,000 this year. 500 seems pretty damn possible since I'm already almost halfway there. And I was talking to Jordan this morning, kinda, in between doing a crap ton of math. And came to the realization I've hit 65 subs in the last, or since this year. Since this year started, I've gained 65 subs playing this game. And I've got a few other of these games I want to mess around with. But yeah, no reason to apologize. Just a terminology thing. I think the next step is workout videos. Nobody wants to see my fat ass doing workouts. I don't want to see my fat ass doing workouts. My fat ass doesn't want to do workouts. I probably need to. Need to get my muscle tone back. Way too many years of sitting on my rumpus. Hello, Casper. Now, I think the next major step in development of the channel will be getting my desk set up, getting a legit microphone, and maybe a camera. I'm not 100% sure on that. Now, I got that Discord moderator build. I'll be honest about it. I'm not in good shape. It happens. Waste mode. Knocking out baths and potty stops. Yep, that sounds like your job in a nutshell, Casper. Now, this is one of the things I love about looking at my YouTube metrics. Right now, it says I've got 9 live viewers, but I only have 7 views on the stream. Fucking YouTube. Round is a shape. Fog, welcome in, bud. I have been trying to get that modeler save to work. It keeps doing that whole little stop and thinking thing down the bottom right. I loaded it just straight from the save and let it run for like an hour and a half, and it's just like, nope, I'm not going to calculate that. Screw you. I think it's a problem with the mergers and splitters. When you're first laying it out, it calculates them really fast, but when you load it, it's got to go through and do all the calculations, and it just doesn't want to. Try to disanimate. I have disconnected virtually everything. I got it to kind of work. Kind of work. pull this up real quick. I've got most things connected, and yes, things are connected differently than you had them connected, just because I disconnected a lot, and I was plugging it back in, trying to get it to work, and yeah, this is my biggest problem right now. For some reason, the way I have things connected is saying I need more SAM than what I can make. Because I only have 5075, and this is wanting 52. And a lot. So I think it would be beneficial if you could just send me a couple screenshots of what it looks like on your end. And then I can sit there, I can put in like hard numbers into the part limits. Because like right now, my sulfur's eating 2,000 SAM. I don't know if that's right or not. And I've got the main map's sulfur, the 10800, coming up to this junction, and then I've got the created SAM coming to that, and then everything else feeds off of this node. And I'll admit, you know this program a hell of a lot better than I do. But I do have it to 12.9, so the only thing missing is the little bit of extra SAM into the coal. The funny thing is, when I first load the save, and I'm gonna I'll import the direct save that you sent me. Max power above 13 terawatts. It will sit here like this basically forever. If I get rid of this one water connector, this one water extractor, it calculates, but the only thing it calculates out is the rocket fuel. And this portion of the SAM. The nuke up here, completely zeros. The alien power augmenters, all zeros. And I think a lot of it's coming down to the aluminum. It's coming down to the bauxite. I think part of that is this splitter here into, I think it goes like 5 different places. Another splitter here. But I'm going to keep messing with it and try to get the blueprint to actually work properly so I can get a count of how many structures I need, try to get an idea of how many parts for said structures I'm going to need. But like I said, I at least got it at 12.9. So I have a pretty good idea. Okay. So things I can do to get more power. Because like, yeah, 2.3 million is fine for this playthrough. I don't need more. I want more. The sad thing is, I honestly thought, when I first laid this out, I thought 2 million was going to be some astronomical number. And then, of course, I get told, hold my beer. And I get shown 2 million ain't squat. I still need an idea for a poll for today. You know what? We're gonna do a poll, but we're not gonna do a poll based on my playthrough. We're gonna do a poll on what other Satisfactory players think CSS will actually do. There we go. And that poll serves a couple purposes. Hey, anybody who's never experienced the drone bug is probably going to be like, what do you mean fix drones? And I'll probably let that one run for a couple hours, and then we'll do, no. Yeah, I don't think they will either. I honestly don't think it's that hard from a coding perspective, but I'm not used to coding inside the Unreal Engine. From like a JavaScript perspective, a basic perspective, a lot of other programming languages, it would literally be a every 60 seconds check position. If position hasn't moved, reset animation. All right, we got a pretty good amount of crude oil over here. How much crude? I'm not even 100% sure. All I know is it's a fair amount. So I've got a power pole out to here. Yeah, see, this is one of the things I hate about crude oil. I got 12 people currently watching. Wow. Wowie, wow, wow, wow. So I'm going to look on Satisfactory Calculator's map. And just in the Spire Coast, I've got 2, 3, 4, 5 impure nodes, 3 normal nodes. So that's 900, 1200, 1500, 1650. So not quite as much as what I pulled down from the Gold Coast. Using that, I'm using most of that. So I can either use the oil here, or there's a couple other spots. Oh, Vogue, had kind of an idea, since with your blueprint, it involves sinking all the plutonium fuel rods. I could theoretically use them for drone fuel. And then sink the excess. But I'm going to go up. There's a spot that has a bit of crude that I'm going to go visit, and we'll go make another power plant. You know, maybe I can hit 2.4. My goal would be to hit about 2.5. If I can get 2.5 million, I'd be pretty happy. Because that's 2.5 million without using alien power matrices. I'm using the alien power augmenters, and I've got 2 of them. And without using SAM to make new resources, new or extra resources. Get me a little friend-shaped friend real quick. Hit the wrong button. Wrong button. Yay, Johnny lived over on Twitch. He survived the heist. 600,000 screws. After all the deaths yesterday, I had to go big in order to get your points back. Yep, I see that one. You didn't go that big. You only won 10 grand. Put 100 on the line. Do it. Come on, you suffer from go big-itis too. Alright, this is kind of where I want to be. It's the area I want to be. Because as you see, there I got 3 oil nodes right here. One right here, and one right over there. And you know, it's not like I got to worry about water. The main thing I got to worry about right now is space. I went to 150K after all the deaths, and that's how I got back so high. So that's a normal, so that's 300, another 300, and 600. So I got 1,200 here. It is 1:30 p.m. There should be a panda on your screen. You'd be so kind as to obey the panda. It tells you to smack that like and subscribe button. There's no panda. Was there no panda? Yeah, it says it should have popped up. It should have popped up. No more fireballs from the Dorito-headed kitty. We're putting down the puppies around here. Putting them down. Give me some bacon. Bacon, 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 bacon. Everybody loves a good old chunk of bacon. Where am I going to put this? There's a crap ton of bacon up here. Me's a thinking it's gonna go. What the hell? No, is that limestone? Worst thing is, I'm gonna be using so much of all the resources on the map. I'm gonna have to really figure out where the hell a lot of these nodes are. It's gonna have to be kind of big. A bean is in your way. The bean is going to become part of the floor. We're just going to pave over the bean. Okay, so one there, one there, one there. Gonna get rid of those 4. Bacon. Bacon, 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 bacon. Ah, no! Demons! Be gone, foul creatures! Be gone, foul hellspawn! Get rid of the stinky pinkies. I just don't like them. Okay. So like I said, there is, I think, 1,200 oil here. Find the other node. There it is. Yeah, 1,200. So how many refineries is that? You know what? We're going to be a little lazy this time. Liquid in, solid liquid out. Yeah, it'd work even better if I put it down right. So each one's going to eat 75. We've got 1,200 divided by 75. We need 16. Obviously, space is kind of a concern. Kinda. Remember, the blenders take up more room than the refineries do. Yeah, there's my 16 refineries. It's all of the refineries needed for this project. A little baby one. Little baby project. I'm hell. Oh, I see why it's bitching at me. It's because of this stupid frickin' iron plug right here. Alright. Oil's hooked up. That's all it took to hook up the oil. Hook all those up. Get them onto the grid. Get them to start chewing on this oil. You know, sometimes you just gotta chew on some oil. Do 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 do. They're starting to send crude in. Manure. I hate manure. I need a drink, so I'll be back in just a moment. I'm trying to figure out why in the world I have all that aluminum. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay. Drink has been acquired as well as a cookie. Because I'm fat boy and cookies. Now that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's correct. I'll be honest, that song's not ringing a bell. Now, if you would have said like the Monty Python sperm song, yeah, I know that one. Every sperm is sacred. Every sperm is great. If even one slurm is wasted, God gets quite irate. So I'm kind of limited on how I can do my blenders. I got Discord DM, so give me just a second. It's from Johnny. Ah. Yeah, I'm not listening to that. Not today, at least. Not today, Satan. Not today. So I'm about to bring water from over here. I know that one. So oil's going to probably come through this way. And if I hit at 16 refineries, I'm going to have 16 blenders. There 4. I don't want to leave a good gap between them because, as we found out yesterday, it's going to be a lot of pipes. That's 12. I can't fly, but I want to fly like an eagle. That lines it up. Yeah, screw it. And there, that should be 16 because it's 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 12, 14, 16. Awesome. Fantastic. That is not where I told you to go. Stupid robot from the future sent back to kill John Connor. Okay, that gets my water pipe set up. Kinda, sorta. So I'm gonna need 64 power plants, and there's not really a hell of a lot of room above me. I might just build that way. Look enough, I know the math involved on this power plant because I've made this power plant. This is a 40,000 megawatt diluted fuel power plant. I've made them. Basically the equivalent of 2 pure nodes into 16 refineries, into 16 blenders, into 64 fuel gens. Yeah, that's the word I was trying to come up with. There we go. There's the fuel pipes sorted. These can just feed straight into those. And that problem solved. This one goes up here, and come on, be a good little pipe. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And boom. Stupid hell spawns. Stupid critters. Always in the freaking way. Yeah, so now it's time to put down the power poles for these boys. Hey, boys. Boy, I tell you what. Cool Whip is the best thing that was ever invented. Not only is it great on pies and ice cream, it's great on your partner's genitalia. There is a warning for this stream. Thank you, Johnny. Roll that beautiful bean footage. You have been warned. Wahahaha. It's like Mortal Kombat without all the fatalities. There's no jackasses popping up saying, "Toasty!" And the only noob around here is me. Somebody gets at least some of those references. The TikToker JD. Making sure I'm thinking about the right person. I try not to think about him, but. Ah, yeah. Dick from Kick. That's so funny, you made a rhyme. I don't think I can get two for him to fit over here now. I ain't got many more of those to go. I mean, why do you think the show Cops did so well? It's fun to watch people get arrested. Especially when it's like stupid ass shit. Just like one of the most popular freaking YouTube channels out there is literally like highway takedowns. Okay, so there's 16 blenders. Every 3 needs a water or 1 full pipe. So basically, every 1.5 of these needs a water extractor. So 16 divided by 1.5. Meh. It's 11. Yeah, I've been waiting for that one for a while. Actually, I'm waiting for his security guard to just say, "Dude, you don't pay me nearly enough to for me to get my ass kicked for you." That will be the funnier one. Because I need to put down 11 of these. I'm going to get my chainsaw out and get rid of these. Believe it or not, you can chainsaw these things. I mean, in real life, you can chainsaw just about anything you want. Well, it kind of depends on how much you want to tear up your chainsaw. I assure you, I have no idea who you're talking about with the guy who used to prank rob people. It's not really the content I watch. It's not even by the damn rocks. I got really lucky there because that was literally my last shot. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. Now, if they want to behave themselves, that's a big ass if. But they do. Cool. Not going to complain too much about that. I mean, right now this is a temporary wire. Hey, I'm all for that. More people need to get their asses kicked. I think that's something that's solely lacking from the youth of today. And I'm sorry if that offends anybody, but it's the truth. More people need to get their asses kicked. There's an entire subset of the population that you can just tell never got their asses kicked. Nice thing about water extractors is if they're spaced properly, they take up exactly the amount of space that that line stays on for. Yep, that's exactly what I mean, Johnny. Okay, so we'll come out, we'll make a turn. And obviously, don't get me wrong, I run my mouth way too damn much. I mean, I'd say I get paid to run my mouth online, but I don't get paid. Come here, you. Yeah, that'll work. Be all lovey-dovey. We gotta have those lovely jubblies. I had an old boss do that. Yeah, one of my last jobs, the security gig that I was at for 5 years, I was told not to return because I quite literally told my boss to go F themselves. And I'll own that fact. It's only partially because I have no shame. The other part of it is she needed to be told. Lurking while jumping through meetings and dumb people. Okay. Absolutely fine by me, Pyro. Welcome, welcome, welcome. As always. Okay. So, next pipe. Like, my former boss needed to be told to go F herself so badly that if that whole little, like, everybody started clapping thing ever actually happened in real life, it would have happened. But if you're not aware of that, that only happens in movies. It doesn't happen in real life.
Not 5 minutes later, an oh no from a friend followed by can I join?
Okay, so I'm doing this one now. And then that one. I only need one of those. I mean, I did have multiple people tell me that they were going to quit when I got fired, and as far as I know, there was a pretty substantial walkout. Boss found out real quickly who the real glue holding that place together was, and it sure the hell wasn't her. Okay, so 1 600, 2 600, 3 600, 4 600, 5 600, and 1 not 600. Well, I'll go get my energy shard back because this only needs to be overclocked to 200. Oh, you know what? I'm kind of... No, I did it right. I only need 3 pipes for there, but... Beans! You're in my way, demon! Go! That one's not gonna move. It'd almost make more sense to bring him up this way and down, because the top pipe is the one that goes to the very end. God damn it, you're in the way, fat boy. Yeah, go. Waiting for the standard. You leave them beans alone. What did them beans ever do to you? They were born. They were born and I was bored. I guess they weren't really born, they were created. I still have this headcanon that the alien voice you hear when you pick up Mercer spheres and Sommer sloops and stuff, that's literally the higher consciousness of the beans. The beans evolved. One, two, three, four, five. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm allowed to have my own headcanon. No, that's why you don't be nice to the beans. Ooh. I don't know how well that would work. I mean, that'd probably work. Trying to think of an elegant way to get these up here. Whether this is going to be elegant or not, I don't know, but we're gonna give it a shot. Kick them while they're down. It's my motto. Sometimes it'd be nice if things just worked the way you wanted them to work when you wanted them to work. That's not going to work at all because that's too damn tall. Exactly. Tell the beans to leave my goddamn factory alone and I'll leave them alone. I agree, Dreg. Tell them to stay the hell out of my way. So I don't get a creature is in the way. And I will stop shooting them. I mean, in my defense, I'm not shooting to kill. That's still not going to work, is it? They're doing something. They're being in my way. That's not really clipping all that bad. I can kind of tolerate that. I gotta get a lot better with my pipe work now that you know, on the next playthrough I get to capitalize on every single drop of crude oil. Food is food. Yeah, sounds about right. Well, there's 6 here, so that's only 2 pipes. What's a curve look like? That one. It doesn't really look like much clipping there. But I can just use auto and not have any clipping. What's auto 2D look like? I'm gonna be really nice and keep my mouth shut about the whole didn't do nothing thing. Sure, somebody gets the joke. Maybe the beans eat the spiders? No, the beans run away from the damn spiders. They're cowards. I think I have some bad news for you. What's the bad news? Something wasn't calculating properly the first time? Let me guess, you had something not hooked up. Yes and no. I just made it worse. Oh shit, you found more than 13 terawatts, didn't you? He didn't carry the one. It's 113 terawatts. That'd be nuts. But knowing the mad scientist that we all call Vogue, I could see it. Because yes, I'm going with Vogue as a mad scientist. Actually, you know, if I move those back just a little bit. Oh, shit. Give me a second, I will. $14 and a half. Vogue found 14 and a half terawatts. Now, will it calculate? This is a $64 million question. Will it calculate? How the hell did you find 14,500? You're feeding the compacted coal back in? I mean, that makes sense. Wait, you're feeding all the compacted coal back in. That makes a lot of sense. I was kind of wondering about that. And you're not using nitro. I thought you said nitro was more nitrogen friendly. So where's all the coal gone? Some up to nuclear power. Wait, the hell do you need coal in nitrogen? Where the hell do you need coal in nuclear? Oh, because you're making steel using the other recipe. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, it's more crude efficient, but it's less nitrogen and sulfur efficient. Now let's see if it's going to be the same thing. Nope. Let me get rid of these real quick. And I know you put those in there specifically for me. Okay, so 7 alien power augmenters again. Because that doesn't really consume a lot of SAM. We got 2 nuke plants again. Yep. Okay, well, it doesn't seem like it wants to calculate. I wonder if it's bauxite again. Yeah, if you would send me screenshots on the actual power generators, like just put everything that's making power together like that, and send me a screenshot on that, I can work back from that. I'm gonna leave it running in the background and see if it will calculate, but I've been having a lot of problems with them trying to calculate. You have to delete the merger as well for aluminum.
Oh, on the last one, all I did was delete that water node and it calculated up.
And as soon as I deleted that merger, it would always go into the friggin' calculation thing. It's what I'm just going to call it. But 14.5 terawatts. Yep, sticking with the Madman Vog. So we need to power these up and probably need to put pumps in. I'm starting to think this might qualify as evil genius type stuff. Are you sure you don't live like inside a volcano or something? Are you going to charge me $1 billion? I'm still waiting for the person to come in and try to tell me like 13 million megawatts is impossible. That'll be the best thing about the next playthrough. And the nice thing is, because I'm going to have to build, I have to get to Phase 5, and well into Phase 5 to get Mark 6 belts, Mark 3 miners, all the really good things in Tier 9, Tier 10. Plus, I got to build up my warehouses. Well, plenty of time for Vogue to find another freaking 4.5 terawatts of power. Well, I think we're all kind of expecting it to happen. Alright, so that's it's not really that much of a problem because I'm probably going to put my power plants up here. I think that little indicator will still be through the ground. That's where I want it. I mean, honestly, why would that be bad news that you found more power? I did state, I was looking for the theoretical maximum amount of power. And you've already done a hell of a lot better job than I would have done. But I'm a fool. I'm an idiot. I'm a dumbass. I will accept every one of those statements. Okay. Blueprints. We're going to do this one a little bit faster than we did the one yesterday. Because I do have blueprints. I may have forgotten that I have blueprints. But that doesn't mean I don't have them. Oh, that fits really nicely. And that's 16. I only need 4 times that number. I might have to make this platform a little bit bigger. I'll wait for rubber to come in. Looks like people do not believe Coffee Stain will be fixing the drones. Awesome, thank you. Holy sh... That's a hell of a lot more nuclear power plants than I built this most recent time. So according to Vogg's latest calculations, the mad scientist, the myth himself, it is a grand total of 304 nuclear power plants, 4,481 rocket fuel power plants, 32 coal plants, and 7 alien power augmenters, fully fueled with alien power matrices, to make 14.5 million. He does the theory crafting, I do the building. I think that's kind of fair, right? Come here, friend. Get in my pocket. That's what she said. What did she say? It ain't big enough? Yeah, I heard that one before. Normally they're talking to Johnny, though. Hey, I'm not the one that gets called Tiny Noodle. That's my defense. So now I've got 20 in a row.
I can't even find the box, so you got me beat there, bud.
Okay. So the only problem is I need 4 more generators, and I think I'm just gonna put them like right there. While I wait for my rubber to build back up. This one is going to be kind of weak on its own, so that's going to feed the 4 by itself. Cool. Laser doggo! More of a shrimp doggo, really. We'll start calling this Welcome to Idjit's Pain and Misery channel. Oh, is this stream going to be a repeat of last night's? I hope so. Had really good metrics on last night. This is just terrifying me, though. I'm gonna have to build 4,481 of these damn things. Verticality is going to be my friend, and thankfully rocket fuel is a qualifies as a gaseous liquid, or gaseous fluid, sorry, not liquid, gaseous fluid, so head pressure is not a thing. So I'm going to come up with a pretty cool blueprint to somehow get those all to stack. May do a little more design work. In this new playthrough. You know, try to milk it out a little bit longer. So I only need 8 more of these. Now, we're not going to talk about this tiny little bit of clipping here. That hasn't actually happened. That's not actually there. We don't see that. That's not there. That's a figment of your imagination. There we go. I know I still need to put down 4 more, but I'm not going to sit there and wait for the rubber to come in. Figure while I wait for that, I can go ahead and get this set up. I thought I had that in the right spot, but I guess not. It fooled me. It did fool me. Aha, I fooled it. Womp womp. Okay, there's some of them. Johnny's always dramatic. He's our own resident drama queen. Okay, so I've got 3 rows side by side. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, da boom, boom, boom. You love us. Okay. There's a total of 5 pipes. Or shit. No, there's a total of 6 pipes. I think I might not have my numbers right up here. I know it's 64, I just don't know how many's up here. So there's 16 in each of these rows. Oh. Being a bit on the stupid side again. Alright. Yeah, this is just fuel it. Normal fuel is 50 per minute fully overclocked. God damn it. Okay, that should have them all fully overclocked. That means there's 12 for each pipe. Oh. What's wrong with drones right now? There is currently a bug that's been in the game for at least a year where when you get your autosave, every 5 minutes, every X number of minutes that you have it set for, drones will sometimes completely lose where they are if they're in their landing or takeoff animation. And they will just freeze. And because they're in their landing or takeoff animation, the drone port still sees them in the drone port. So if you're running dual drones to like a single port, like you've got your two drone ports and you've got a drone at each one and they crisscross, the other one can't do a damn thing because that one drone's in the port. I've had complete system shutdowns because of it. I've literally went from 2 million power to battery backup because of the drone issue. Mainly because my uranium is brought in by drones, all of my nitrogen is brought in by drones. So the nitrogen's for my nuclear power plant and for my rocket fuel power plant both shut down. If the nitrogen to the rocket fuel power plant shuts down, that means the turbo fuel, that's the fuel for the drone, shuts down. Therefore, every single drone shuts down. No clue, Johnny. But I got it. It's not a problem. I only partially look at it as you're not doing your job. Why does it do that shit? I need to bring these pipes out here. That's why I don't pay you, Johnny. I kind of figured putting that as my poll for the day was going to bring at least one person in asking what's currently wrong with drones. But I mean, chat engagement, viewer engagement, whatever you want to call it, I'm all for. Obviously, I'm gonna have to put pumps on these things. I know that. do, 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 do. I just friggin' mushroom stamped myself with a power pole. Just ran right into that damn thing. Do 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 do. Okay. Now grab this one and turn it 90 degrees. Drawback is this blueprint's a little bit wider at 90 degrees than it is normally. And don't do that, then what? The mushroom stamping? I wasn't doing it intentionally. But sometimes the mushroom just comes up and friggin' smacks you right in the face. Alright. I just need 4 more to eat that last pipe. I'll get them all hooked up, get all the pipes ran up here, get them all filling up with the yummy, yummy fuel. I got 1 pipe there and I got 1 pipe there. Those will go to the 2. You know, I'm going to switch this around just a little bit. Might as well just put this one to feed the 4 generators that are right here instead of the one down there, right? That makes sense. Makes a little bit of sense. The wild hog. Wild radioactive hog. Those are the worst kind of hogs. Like to throw flaming radioactive things at me. You've been playing for 2 hours. Why am I really, really worried that Vogg's being extra quiet and he's trying to find another freaking couple terawatts of power? Am I the only one that's kind of a little bit scared of that? Hmm. It's crossed your mind, though. I don't mind. Like I said, go nuts. I'm just trying to make some pretty pipes. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make some pretty pipes. I will say I was curious if there was more power to be had in using SAM to make uranium or not. I guess the biggest problem isn't the SAM to uranium, it's the getting rid of the uranium waste. Obviously, if I was so inclined to just make a huge storage facility for all the nuclear waste, I could have a lot more power. But because I want to do sustainable power, that puts a little bit of a limit on it. Do 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 do. Okay, so thank you, Mr. 226 random YouTube subscriber. I do greatly appreciate it. Unfortunately, you will be known as random YouTube subscriber because YouTube does not tell me who subscribers are unless you have your subscriptions set to public. That's not where you're supposed to go. You're supposed to go like here. There we go. Ah, made that shit look pretty. All right. Need some pumps. Because I'm pretty sure that's over 10 meters. But I'm American. I don't understand the metric system, so I don't know. And welcome back, Casper. How's work going? I mean, honestly, I don't even know if she can hear me. Because a lot of times she's got the stream muted while she's at work. Don't need to do that. We'll just pull from here. There we go. Why are you not getting Wawa? Probably because I need to go put pumps on the Wawa lines. Cool. See, occasionally I'll use bigger power poles. I normally only use them when I need them. If I don't need them, I'm not going to use them. Makes sense, right? We're getting fuel.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Yeah.
Honestly, I think it was a pretty good impersonation. From back in the Napster days. Sure, a lot of my old heads remember how much a whiny bitch he was back then.
Oh no, online piracy is stealing all our money. You can't have our music for free.
Unfortunately, this whole power plant's just a drop in the bucket to me. Oh yeah. It's not actually hooked up to the grid. Now it is. Do. You know, the absolute worst thing about all this is, at one point in time, I thought like my little Caterium refinery that I built that ended up becoming a Caterium iron refinery, making AI limiters into electromagnetic control rods, was a big build. And now I see that that was nothing. Nothing. That was trivial. It was tiny. It's pathetic. It's paltry. Alright, so the only problem is, none of these are overclocked right. Because when I made this blueprint, I made it for my rocket fuel factory, and to do my numbers easily, it was much easier to overclock them to 240 instead of 250. Alright, I already did this. That should get them all to 250. Which means all the fuel make-it-happeners can make all the fuel at the right rate. And that takes me up to 2.37. I saw 2.37 there for a second. Yeah. So that crude has been capitalized. It has been captured. Oh yeah, I wanted to check something. Okay, that explains it. I was kind of curious as to when Vog's sending me these blueprints and stuff, he uses the base aluminum ingot recipe. And I was trying to figure out, sort of trying to figure out why, but I guess it is quite a bit more efficient at 3 to 2 versus 2 to 1. Alright, so there's another 40,000 megawatts. What next?
Oh, by the way, if you're not already aware, yes, there will be a train network.
I will have to come up with some way. My plan is to use a very similar blueprint to this, but not this blueprint. I'm kind of not going to take any blueprints with me into the new save. But I want to use a blueprint similar to this, but I want a train on the bottom as well.
And instead of using full foundations for this, I might use the half foundations.
But we'll have to see what my twisted mind can come up with.
Because obviously, if you're not aware, the new playthrough, I'm going to go for the maximum theoretical power that's possible. Which means I have to basically capture every single resource on the map. And I have to move it around. A lot of it will be done with belts and belt highways. Some of it will be done with trains. Some might even be done with drones, especially if they fix drones. But I'm not going to lean on vehicles as hard in the 1.2. Even though from what a lot of people are thinking is 1.2 is going to be a vehicle update. Because the general consensus is every single Satisfactory update, whenever they unveil the logo for the update, most of the time that logo has been kind of a hint. And if you look at the 1.2 logo, the 2 is on a green sign that looks suspiciously like road signs, like the US's interstate sign, or even I think the UK's highway signs. So the general consensus is that it's supposed to be a big vehicle update. It really sucks because I don't want to do a bunch of vehicles in 1.2 because I did a shit ton of vehicles in 1.1. I mean, I think I counted it up as like 72 trains on this playthrough. And I don't mean 72 train stations, I mean 72 trains. Like, there's 72 of these damn things running around this playthrough. So to a point, I don't really want to lean on trains as hard. But considering the fact the poll yesterday was if I had to do everything in one ginormous factory. I did phrase it as an Uber factory. I did not phrase it as an Uber power plant. The original poll that I ended early was everything in one place. When I rephrased it, I did not say everything in one place. I phrased it as Uber factory. So I think that kind of lets me off the hook a little bit, and I can keep some of my power plants elsewhere. Because I would kind of like to have the nuclear power plant somewhere a little else. I mean, call me weird. I don't want radiation where I sleep. I don't always want to be burning my freaking filters. I want to be able to go to somewhere else and not be eating my filters. The biggest drawback is the power plant is the end goal of the playthrough. So it's kind of like, what do I do after I get done with the power plant? Because I don't really have crap for resources left. I'm using every bit of SAM on the map. I'm using every bit of uranium. I think I'm using every bit of bauxite. I'm using every bit of coal, sulfur, nitrogen. According to the last one I looked at, I'm using the vast majority of the iron. I'm using all the quartz. So yeah, I mean, beyond that, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. I think first up we'll be building a bunch of small factories to get situated and get myself into phase 5. Mark 6 belts, Mark 3 miners, and synthetic power shards are massive milestones. But just looking at the numbers on this, if these are fully overclocked, which I don't think they're 100% fully overclocked, but they're pretty damn close, and get out of the radiation. Let me do what I was going to do, and then we'll run some math. Run a little bit of math. Everybody loves math, alright? That's why we play this game. I mean, between loving math and being clinically insane. So, first and foremost, I'm going to be feeding 7 alien power augmenters. So that's 70 sloops right there. And each one of those gives a 30 or 40% bonus. I think it's 30%. So that's going to be a 210% bonus. I will be making 4,481 rocket fuel power plants times 625. That's 2.8 million right there.
I will be making 304 nuclear power plants. That's another 1.9 million right there. So right there, we're screaming past 4 million. Because you take the original number, the 4481 times 625 plus 304 times 6250. That's 4.7 million. But that's not all. I mean, that's the vast majority of it, because there's also going to be 32 times 75. Hey, that's chump change, right? Because you also have to multiply that by 3.1. No, it's not doing it right. That's 4.7 million times 3.1. It is 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There should be a panda on your screen. If there is, please obey the panda god. Panda tells you to smack that like and subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it. We try to figure out how the hell I'm going to keep my sanity while building a 14.5 million megawatt power plant in 1.2. I'm pretty sure my sanity is going out the window. I try not to be the standard YouTuber that tells you to smack the like and subscribe button all the time, but from time to time I do try to remind you, because I realize a lot of times you just kind of forget to smack them. I forget to smack the like button all the time. How's the bin? Oh, there's actually some in the bin. Wow. So it might be building up. Let me go down and check the other end of the belt. See if there's a big old gap. I'm not seeing a big old gap. Looks good, looks good. I mean, there's a bit of a gap. There's a bit of a gap. And bear in mind, I need 44.8 of these every single minute. But I'm making 45. I know a few things I'd like to smack. Yeah, I can think of a few things. Oh, good God. I just smacked myself for yawning all the time. The drawback is I don't really have a whole lot to do. Let's go check out the nuclear plant, make sure everything's running correctly. Check out the fruits of my labor. So that's Sam train. Just gotta wait for a Moon Knight train to get up here.
He said some things he'd like to smack, not some people. Ah, there's a Moon Knight train. If you're not familiar with what a Moon Knight train is, I have a train station down at my Fixonium where I'm bringing in Fix-It Trigons, something else from up here. Oh, pressure conversion cubes from here. I'm also bringing in time crystals from another source, and damn, something else. But I've got a train station and I'm bringing 4 different things in. And because it was 4 different things into a single train station, I'm like, random bullshit, go! And hence the station was born to be called Moon Knight. Smack the booty. Wow, stop yawning, Drew. For the love of fucking God, stop yawning. For the love of all that is holy and impure in the world, stop yawning. I'm being reminded by Southwest Airlines that I have a upcoming trip. It's like, yes, I'm aware that I have an upcoming trip. And the only reason I'm flying Southwest is because it was the only airline that had a direct flight. And I'm a big fan of direct flights. Screw layovers. Especially since most layovers around my area means Chicago. If you've ever been to the O'Hare International Airport, I'm sorry. The yawns call to me, something like that. You still need to go the hell away. At this rate, I might go make my own damn coffee. How many votes we got? How many votes we got, peoples? 22 votes. I think we can kind of agree that Coffee Senate is not going to do that. This won't be an easy one. There we go. That'll get some interaction. I don't know. I had nothing to do with the booking of the flight. Because I'm doing this as a favor for my kid. He paid for the flight, and he's paying for all gas, and he's paying for everything for the trip because Yeah, I'm doing it as a favor for him. So all that's running correctly. The uranium manifold looks good. Meow, 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 meow. These ones are always funny because they look like they're backed up and then seconds later they don't. I don't know, I haven't flown Southwest in a couple years now. I think last time I flew Southwest was when he graduated from boot. Because honestly, I can't remember what airline he flew me home on when we drove the car to Cali. Now I gotta drive it back from Cali. Oh, actually, how are we doing on fuel rods? That's probably something I should check, right? And this row's fully backed up. 996. It's gonna kind of suck to not stream for a couple days, but the only thing I'm really worried about is that this will probably be the first time I've been completely alone by myself for multiple days in years. I couldn't even tell you the last time I was alone for multiple days. Gonna be a very boring drive. Okay, Fixonium looks good. That's about where I left it. Probably. That's not the greatest sign in the world. She already sleeps in the middle of the bed. I'm normally an edge of the bed sleeper, and I have been my entire life. Ruined the butt groove in my chair. That's a possibility. That is a very strong possibility. Hey, how's the singularity cells coming? Up to here. So that whole row is full. That row is full. That row is full. This row is mostly full. Wow, I can't believe you guys are actually tied on 13 or 14 and a half terawatts. I figured everyone would be going for 14 and a half because it's going to be more of a pain in the ass. Now, I know some of my ARC people are in here. I was talking about this with Jordan earlier when he was awake. Something I pointed out was I obviously got into ASE late. I've said many times the first new map I had any experience with was Fjordur. By the time I got in, Gen 2 had already come out. How long was it between DLCs in ASE? Because it really feels like it's every couple weeks that ASA is trying to cram out some new DLC or something new. Instead of doing the obvious thing of just, I don't know, fixing their goddamn game. Because it seemed like ASE went like multiple cycles, like half-month cycles in between DLCs. Well, I know the reason why. I'm just saying. Am I incorrect in my assessment there? Well, honestly, I think they bet big, thinking that releasing ASA was not only going to migrate everyone from ASE, but was also going to bring in a crap ton of new people. And it didn't really do either. It brought over some people from ASE, but it sure the hell didn't bring everybody over because not everybody's PCs could run it. Even now, a year and a half, 2 years later, however long it's been, I think there's still a lot of people out there whose PCs cannot run ASA. And their so-called, what was it when they upgraded engines and they released the new, there was a new graphical mode that was supposed to be aimed at people with lower end PCs. And it didn't do shit. As far as for the Satisfactory people in the audience, how well does this game run on a lower end PC? I mean, I've got a pretty high end PC. I wouldn't say very high end because I am running I'm running a 4080 graphics card, so it could be better on the generation it's on, and it could be even better on the new generation, but I don't really think there's that much of a step up to the 5090 for me to justify the money. First thing is, I built that Grand Central Station. I've not used a damn bit of it. I need to optimize for console or drop it. We can't play with. Yeah. That was one of the things I noticed about Jordan's stream is not only were the graphics themselves looking like complete crap, but the quality that he was uploading at was crap. It looked like maybe 480p, 720 as a stretch. No, it definitely wasn't no 720. 720's DVD quality. So I get to start my 1.2 playthrough over here in the Dune Desert. My mouse wants to behave itself.
This will be the starting biome. It would suck, but you can't expect people to pay for a game they can't play for more than 10 minutes. Yep. The spice must flow. Yeah, the drawback is, I mean, there's not really anything left to do in this playthrough, and I don't see a point in starting a new playthrough for a week. Especially when I'm not going to be around for 3 to 4 days out of that week. I got today's stream, I got tomorrow's stream, I got Friday's stream, I got Saturday's stream. So I may go back to playing a little O&I for a couple days while we wait for the update. Solely because I don't see a lot of reason to start a new save until 1.2 drops. Obviously in 1.2 we're going to be doing some major, huge, monumental, massive things. But, you know, it comes down to waiting for 1.2. Because, yeah, I could build, you know, a couple more fuel power plants, but I've done that last 2 streams. I don't really have anything else I can do short of maybe working on ballistic warp drives. And I have a blueprint for ballistic warp drives. I had a blueprint for ballistic warp drives. Kind of sort of going through it right now. Build an area for all my lizard doggos. I don't have any lizard doggos. Every time I tame lizard doggos, they end up in the ground. And I don't mean that as like I put them in the ground or anything. They mesh through the ground and I mean, it's not a bad idea. We just make a pen and go get a crap ton of lizard doggos. There's ways to transport them. There's no easy way to transport them, but there's ways to transport them.
I honestly can't believe the vote is tied between 13 terawatts and 14 and a half. You would figure everybody would want to see the big number because big number go burr. Make sure this area is working correctly. Now 13's actually in the lead. I still can't believe the mad scientist came up with a way to get freaking 14 and a half terawatts. What's going on, Cross? Actually, Cross gave me a pretty good idea yesterday in stream. Do a stream where during the stream people can send me saves with problems, and I'll go in and take a look at them and see if I can't figure out how to fix it and explain how to fix it. I picked the big number. I mean, that's the one I expected everybody to go to, was the big number, because big number is big. And Amaya is just proving that she's a size queen. I do have a bit of nitrogen left. I have a bit of bauxite left for this playthrough. I do not have any of that left in the blueprint for the new playthrough. I have to get the new playthrough just to calculate so that maybe. Oh no, it's not a maybe. It's confirmed. I'm gonna do something a little weird. Little weird. You know, me do weird things that would never happen. The only drawback is you can't really see that. And why is that flipped? There we go. Stupid OBS. Yeah, that is the game plan for 1.2. That is 14 and a half terawatts. For anybody that doubts it. I'll leave that there for a few minutes. You know what I probably need to do? I need to go see how many power shards I have left. Where are you going? Back to the mega refinery. How are we doing today? How are we doing to everyone today? How's everyone doing? It's hump day. And it feels like hump day. Because I feel like I just got humped by a lizard doggo. Well, a bean stood there and watched. And laughed. I mean, I can do that as well, but I think a lot of people, when they get to the point where they call for help, it's probably going to be more a frustration than anything else, where they're just willing to give up on it. I mean, either one would work. But the jumping into their server only works if they're running a server, or if they have their internet set up to allow an outside presence into their through their firewall, if they're running a firewall. Like, I could host a game right now and nobody would be in, because I've got it set up so that I don't have it set up to allow the ports open. A little sneak preview of this week's video that I still need to go shoot. Yep, have fun, man. Whether you win or lose, just have fun. That's what matters. I'm going to go back to the quartz cave. As I find my power towers. Yeah, for 20K, I'd be trying pretty hard too. I am not a competitive person by nature, so. It kind of bites me in the ass in a lot of ways, but I used to get really, really bad stress ulcers, so I try not to let anything stress me out now. And being competitive is very much a stressor. I can probably pull that image down now. Need to take that into GIMP and work some magic. Yeah, I just realized something. I don't know if I overclocked those fuel gens yesterday. Because I think I just saw green lights over there. Or they're green lights, they're not overclocked. I know where I could build my factory for 1.2 under the map. Yeah, those are green lights. Those are not overclocked. Oopsie. That'll affect my power numbers a little bit. Damn it. Watching that light, and if it doesn't turn green, I have to go back and do it again. Or if it doesn't switch off of being green, if it stays green. Because the indicator light comes in really handy. Green means it's running at 100% efficiency. Yellow means it's running below 100% efficiency. Red means it ain't running at all. And the whitey blue color means it's overclocked. The drawback is, it just means it's overclocked. It doesn't care how much it's overclocked. Oh, mild. Oh, we hit 2.4. A mile will be happy in 1.2. I gotta go slug hunting again. You know how much Maya loves the slug hunts. We gotta go slooping again. We gotta go after the big purple balls. Oh, Maya's always happy with me. I make her happy. I make her smile. I make her giggle. I mean, sometimes I piss her off, but meh. Okay, to the quartz cave. Check my power shard reserves. I still tolerate my antics. Yeah. Did you get a mental breakdown yet? Not yet. That's going to be in 1.2. Oh yeah, there were some times I was pretty close. Now the what was going to be the 13 terawatt power plant is now metamorphosized into a 14.5 terawatt power plant. Because I don't really give a shit what the vote on YouTube says. I'm doing the 14.5. Big number. I hope you're not using balancers. Why would I not use balancers? I mean, legitimately curious. Why would I not want to use balancers? I run belt balancers on a lot of my stuff currently. Wait, what was the other option called? I'm lost. Manifolds? Ah, there's Milo. Okay, so that bin is empty. That bin of power charge is empty. Oh, we still got lots. Still got loads. 1 bin, 2 bin, 3 bin, 4 bin, 5 bin, 6 bin, 7 bin. I got 7 plus bins of power shards. Fine. 50,000 was definitely enough. Why? I've got machines that run 32, or I've got manifolds that are 30 plus machine manifolds. I'm legitimately curious. I mean, I'll admit I'm still kind of a noob in this game. I mean, I've got about 1,000 hours in, but I consider that to still be a noob. I mean, honestly, my nuke plant feeds off a single manifold into 101 nuclear reactors. Not trying to discredit anything. I just am legitimately curious as to why not use something. I mean, yeah, balancers do look ugly. I'll own that one. They're a bit of an eyesore. But sometimes they're a necessity. Like, there's a 3-to-3 balancer sitting right there. There's a 2-to-2 balancer sitting right there. Sometimes you don't have a choice, you have to run them. There's a 2-to-2 and a lot of other shit. 4-to-4 balancer on my sulfur. And the worst thing is, the best thing with balancers is, worst case, you just hide them. I prefer to keep them out in the open. That way people see that I'm using them. Oh, yeah. I can see that one. I try to be really orderly with my belts. I mean, that's a cluster. I know that's a clusterfuck. But I go out of my way to be very, very orderly with my belts. This to my left and my right are both manifolds. The feed manifold underneath of a output manifold. And the only reason I run a 3-to-3 balancer on that is because maximum uranium without SAM, I'm producing 2,520 uranium waste. Too much for 2 belts. I have never actually watched that video. And the worst thing is, every single time when I'm over on YouTube and I get one of those streams that go really big because I'm getting a lot of traffic from suggested videos, it's all like half of it's from Let's Game It Out, and I've never watched a single one of his videos. Oh, okay, I take that back. I watched like 10 minutes of one of his videos, and that was about it for me. I don't know. I try to keep my belts very orderly. My pipes, yeah, that's a different story. And that's a cluster because of a different reason. Yeah, like I said, I've tried to watch his videos, and I don't find the humor. It's not something I find humorous. Other people, more power to them, but everyone's going to have content creators they enjoy watching and content creators they don't enjoy watching. So the nuke plant is definitely running up to snuff. And now that I figured out that, I didn't overclock one of my fuel plants. Yeah, damn it. Why are we not? Go back to 2.4. Stupid fuel power plants. By the way, what? Because I can. No, it is solely a thought exercise in what the theoretical maximum amount of power that you can actually make in the game is. It's like when people, Kibitz, an example, his entire current playthrough is, I'm going to make the most amount of space elevator parts I possibly can. My playthrough in 1.2 is going to be the most amount of power I possibly can. The current blueprint I have is 14.5 terawatts. If somebody can come up with more than that, I'll run their blueprint. That's solely the whole thing. It's a curiosity what the maximum amount of power you can make is. And it's one thing to have the thought exercise, it's another thing to build it. So I gave my YouTube chat the challenge. Find me the most power you can make. You think it up, you put it in a modeler, and I'll build it. Live on stream. And in edited content form, so that people who don't have 7 hours a day to watch streams can enjoy my pain and suffering. I prefer to call it go big-itis. The whole go big or go home. I'm already home, so I guess I'm going big. Yep. I swear it's a terminal disease. I'm being told it. Whoa. Nope, that's not gonna stand. I know where that is too. I need to go get that other damn dismantle crate. That's been bugging me for the last like 500 freaking hours. That one dismantle crate has been there since I was exploring the map in a tractor. Yeah, like I said, I'm also streaming on YouTube, which a little bit. That's where more of my community is, and I will be trying to edit my streams down into more easily digestible videos, but I can't post those to Twitch, so those will be over on YouTube. That's like saw your stream 5 minutes ago before I found your stream on Twitch. Yeah, I don't know why, but for some reason YouTube is really pushing my content. I mean, I'm definitely not complaining, but I've only been streaming for about a year now, and I still remember the days where I was doing good to get 5 views in a 12-hour long stream. I don't know what switch got flipped at YouTube, but I'm happy somebody flipped it. Dismantle crates are the devil. Crates of shame. And the worst thing is I knew it was there, and I completely spaced on it. I'm getting slightly better with my pipe work. Getting there. Should be around here somewhere. There it is. Going.
Ah! Bad gas.
People have brains and they consistently never use them all the time. Yep. That's just the human race, though. Most of the time, you don't want to use your brain. It hurts. You start thinking bad things. So I'm glad I'm getting a little bit better on pipework, because unfortunately, my chat has voted that in 1.2 I have to make an Uber base or an Uber factory. And what said Uber factory will be, I don't know. Because like I said earlier, you guys voted for Uber factory, not Uber power plant. I'm gonna go get that damn other dismantle crate. That thing's been bugging me for a while. That's screw it. We're going on foot. Going through the northern forest on foot. I don't think I've actually ever been in here on foot. This might hurt a little bit. Nope. God damn it, it was a coal train. It was a coal train! Meow, 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 meow. Oh, here's an interesting question for the 1.2 playthrough. Am I going to be required to collect everything? All slugs, all spheres. I already have to get all the sloops. Is the 1.2 going to be a completionist playthrough? As most of you guys know, I don't bother with all the slugs. I don't bother with all the spheres. Well, no, I don't bother with all the slugs because I normally get to synthetic power shards. Make that tomorrow's poll. You were born with a whole ass. Use it. So what? Are you saying I'm half-assing it? Is that what your statement's supposed to imply, Johnny? I pick up slugs when I get close to them. If they're in my path, I pick them up. How the hell did I get up there? Seriously, how the hell did I get up there to have a dismantle crate up there? Come here, fatso. God damn it. I missed. Wow. The parkour bug bites again. Your big ass back over here. It's still up higher? How the hell do you get up there? Really? You're going for white men can't jump? Ow! No, but white men can fall. How the hell did I get up there? I don't know how I got up there last time, but I know how I'm getting up there this time. Ah! Demon! Fucking aimbot. Ah, it's finally not on my map. It's finally gone. It's gone. The question is, seriously, how the hell did I get up here last time? Angry Dorito-headed fire-breathing kitties. You thought I forgot about my parachute, didn't you?
Witness a single strand of the tapestry.
Yeah, you can witness a single strand of my butt. It's all dark and scaries. Save me, Amaya, save me. Ooh, slug. Meow, 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 meow. Nope, still alive. Ain't died yet. What was I doing that one day when I died like 5 times back to back to back? Was that slug hunting or sloop hunting? Oh, yeah. I knew it wasn't going to go well. Hell, she's probably more scared of the dark than I am. She's probably got her own personal blankie that she wears, that she cuddles up in when it's really dark. Hell, she probably still gets scared and puts covers over her face. Don't you, Maya? God damn it, it's a coal train. I keep doing that. Only trains on my entire freaking playthrough that are only 2 cars long. I see in the dark, it fears me. Uh-huh. Does anyone believe that? I may have been born at night, but I wasn't born last night, Amaya. God damn it. That train literally just took me back where I was. Oops. Almost feel like turning arachnophobia mode back on and going to hunt spiders. Not even for a second. Yep. Because I am stealth. Because you're 2 feet tall. Yep. She's so short, darkness can't find her.
And behold, I saw a pale rider on a dark cass.
Dark cat. God, I can't talk. Amaya's gonna eat Darkness's ankles. And hiding snuggled up in her blankie. Yep, that sounds about right. Ooh, Aurora. Aurora Borealis. Or something, I don't know. The sky's making pretty lights. I don't know what the hell it's called, but the sky's making pretty lights. You believe this is an Aurora Borealis, but actually what it is the nuclear fallout from my many, many meltdowns. I seriously have no fucking clue what to do. Like, I would go slug hunting, but I've still got 7 bins full of power shards. I don't need. Build Waters' train jump. I can't build the train jump. It's not possible. I would. I so totally would. If I even remotely could, I would. And Blanket Queen is cold of. I am Blanket Queen, fear me. Nobody's scared of you, Amaya. Tractor half pipe. No flicking the bean. No licking the bean on stream either. Bad peoples. Wet Willy without the finger. Can't get past my blanket armor. That's not how the world works, Amaya. I'm sorry, but that's not how the world works. I hate to be the one that informs you of that, but yeah, that doesn't. No, not when your life is a lie. Let's get the bucket of ice water. She's from Alaska. That's like her native freaking temperature. Ice water doesn't phase her. Use boiling water. It's more fun. Then you get to hear her scream. All I want snuggles, but all I get struggles. Well, you're a little far away from snuggles, so. And that's a you problem. I was like, what the hell's in these bins? And it's like, oh yeah, coal from over there. I was just saying, I don't remember her complaining at all. About that, I mean, I remember her complaining about everything else. Everything else. Do 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 do. I'm pretty sure it's more like 70 degrees. Yeah, while I wait for this, let's see what's on Twitter. Sorry, we're full. Wait, what? Oh, Canadians. I know that's not true because I know how many Canadians flee Canada to move to the U.S. every year. Canadians get some money and decide, hey, Florida sounds like a really good place to live. Because then I don't have to deal with the freaking cold anymore. I cannot believe anyone is voting for 13 terawatts. I thought this was going to be a landslide poll. This is all literally just so I can move these bins. I mean, I dead honest serious. I thought this poll was going to be an absolute landslide. Everybody was going to go for the bigger number. 15 votes, 47% are voting for the smaller number. The small number. Why the small number? Why you want small number? Or up to 10 likes. So, hey, thank you everybody for smacking that like button. Maybe it's the 1/3 pound burger all over again. I don't think so because 13 is bigger than 14, or 14 is bigger than 13. I don't even know how to do math. $14 is bigger than 15. Or 14 is bigger than 13. I'd get it right on the third try. Damn. I should have when the guy on Twitch asked me why I was going for 14 million power, I should have been like, I'm compensating. That should have been my answer. You know what? I can think of a much faster way to do this. Screw this shit. No, I'm not impatient. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, it's the Good Girl song, Amaya. The sneak preview of some of the crazy stuff I'm going to do in the 1.2 save. It's funny. Am I honestly out of merchant spheres? Holy shit, I'm out of merchant spheres. I effing knew it. I was right. Wait, what? Maya wants you to lay down because she needs a nap? I'm missing something. Okay. Now maybe my rubber will always stay full. I can't be out of merchant spheres. I refuse to admit it. I don't think that's the reason. I have a feeling it has something to do with the bean. I want a cookie. I'll be back in a second. I just thought of an interesting challenge. Not really a challenge, but a hurdle. For content's sake. I am not allowed to make synthetic power shards until I've collected every single slug on the map. I can imagine what her bedroom looks like. It's probably crumbs everywhere. Now, no bad mouthing your own child. I didn't say bugs, I said crumbs. Hey, I'll tell you the same thing I always used to tell my kids. You may have come out of your mom, but you came out of me first. I just enjoyed it a hell of a lot more than she did. I used to think the same thing about my kids. You know, I'm bigger than them. I'll always be able to kick their butts. Until they were like teenagers, and we used to have this game where they would try to push me off my bed. And lo and behold, the two little shits did it. And then a couple of years later, it only took one of them. Or this is back when I was like 300 pounds. So now I keep them in line with fear, and I won't let them know that I'm actually slightly scared of them. Only slightly. I can just tickle him and he'll fall over in a puddle. Nope, not asking. Not gonna happen. We need boom booms. I don't have any more boom booms. I need boom booms. Why in the hell are my Mercer spheres in here? Okay, how many coupons do I have? Not that many. The beans put them there. You keep your bean away from me. Johnny, I've already said no flicking the bean. You say that for after stream. I said save it till after stream, and she said I will. Okay, we know why Amaya's saving energy. The truth has been confirmed. You can't reach me to bop me. You're too short. Make whatever threats you want. You can't touch me, nee. Neener. Now, like I said, there is still a little bit of bauxite left on the map. It's way over here. Let's go get it. I have a stick too. I was born with it. Don't hear me bragging about it. Good job, Cross. God damn it. Alright, let me know when you send it, Johnny. I'm good at reading quickly. Well, chat's a bit on the quiet side tonight, Cross. There's my DM. Give me just a second, folks. Where the hell's the link? I mean, free game is a free game. I'll grab it. That's Epic. I don't want Epic, I want Steam. I've never heard of the game, but I mean, free game's a free game. No, I don't want the damn demo. I got it. Remove from account. Alright. Free game is free game. Thanks, Johnny. Yeah. A good chunk of my Steam library is free games. Free games I've never once touched. Yeah, I am literally just building trains to kill time. Because I don't have anything better to do. And I'm going to go get the last bauxite on the map. Because I want all the bauxite. Do I need one more decline? Do it what? Who am I doing? Where am I doing it?
But welcome in, Oki. I use trestles building roads takes too long. This is a double decker with a road set up down below. It's going on the new playthrough in 1.2. It'll be a double or triple decker for multiple rail lines because I got to move a lot of stuff. I don't have any problem with the speed of building this blueprint. The only thing that sucks is when I run out of concrete and then I gotta wait 2 minutes for it to fill back up. But that's why I've got 7-dimensional depots supplying my concrete. And my last playthrough I did just train supports. I wasn't a super huge fan of the open rail look. But that's one of the nice things about this game is we can all build however we want. Where's my halves? Oh yeah, I never made them for this. I made them for the straight, the single blueprints, the road and the rail, not the road rail. That's not gonna work. Morning, Foxy. Nope, that's not gonna work. That's fine. That's a-okie day. Just come back a little bit. Make our turn, and then we'll finish the drop. I mean, I can see that. My plan for my train in 1.2 is instead of full foundations like this, I'm going to God, words are not working for me today. I'm going to use half foundations underneath the train tracks themselves, the rail, and go from there. That way I kind of get the best of both worlds. No. Yeah, I can run dead straight from there. I probably need to go through and actually put my damn supports in under my massive train network. I don't want to do it. Or give somebody my save and they can go do it for me. Good luck, Cross. Yeah, like I said, I'm literally just working my way. Ah, you! Damn, that thing flies low. Can I get another decline in? I don't believe so. You stupid jerk. Oh, it's a big one. There, I killed Mama. Guess I'll kill the babies too. Go to sleep. Ooh, I just realized that. I'd rather avoid that power plant I just put in. Preformed curved parts like walls, beams, or ability for beamed. Yeah. I am so not a fan of how you have to curve things in this game. Because no matter what you do, there's always that little nub sticking out. Hey, guess what? I'm out of concrete again. No, I'm not. Nub. What? Where are we talking about your nubs? Do they bring all the boys to the yard? If you can curve a pipe, you can curve a beam. It's the only way you'll make the target is if you curve the bullet. Somebody remembers that piece of crap movie. I'm trying to think of how to get through there with my power plant in the way. If I can hit the right angle, I can put this beam right in the dead center. But it's going to be really fun trying to get that angle. Actually, I might be able to just go between these two. Without doing surgery to my blueprints. Nope. Surgery time. I think my favorite part about that movie that I was talking about a little bit ago was watching Professor Xavier kick the crap, smash a keyboard over Star-Lord's face. I view the movie as an unofficial Marvel movie. Too much surgery.
Actually, looking at it, that might be perfect. It definitely ain't perfect. Yeah, I'm kind of good at giving ideas. All right, we got to break out the Matchbox car. Get my little wiggle wiggle in there. So I think that's got the clearance. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Easy mode clearance. Not a problem. Barely an inconvenience. Hmm. Kind of thinking straight ahead from where I am should clear everything. And if it doesn't, then oh well, I've got to put the blueprint back down. Oh no. Not like we haven't done this a dozen times on this channel. This is a pretty standard Idris level building trains. And then the train derails. Yeah. My trains never derail. I don't know what you're talking about. I never accidentally forget to use auto connect mode and yes, I'm that lazy. I got a small problem here, Doc. Seems like the boy's liver is not accepting the transplant. Worst thing is I need that much angle, but I also have to come up. I know that sink's probably going to be in my way. The refinery's in my way too. God damn it. I was kind of hoping it was just going to be the sink. And we're back to a tie on 13 or 14 and a half. I would seriously like to ask why anyone is voting for the smaller number. I am genuinely curious why anyone would want to see the smaller number be built. You know what? That's only the sink in the way. I'll move the sink. I'm starting to think so. I didn't want to believe you at first, but I'm starting to think so. What's your plan for the two different values? How are you going to do it? I have a mad scientist on retainer who has given me a complete blueprint in Satisfactory Modeler of how to achieve 14.5 terawatts. It involves using every single drop of nitrogen, sulfur, coal, SAM, I think I already said, quartz, the plan is it's actually not that bad. There's the power plants for it. Kind of glad I already had that pulled up. Hopefully Vlog doesn't take offense to me calling him my own personal mad scientist. The 13 is similar, but it doesn't use as much nuclear. Never mind, ignore me. I was gonna say, I'm not ignoring you, I'm just confused like normal. Now the fun thing. If you've never tried to build a train through the Titan Forest, it's a bit of a pain in the ass. Unfortunately, I don't have a handy dandy image like that for the 13 terawatt build. It's too far to the right. Is the 13 a smaller footprint? No. If anything, I'd say the 13's probably just as large, if not a little bit larger. I haven't mapped them out to figure out the exact footprints. Right now, Satisfactory modelers as far as I've gotten. And I'm not even the one that did that. I'll give credit where credit's due. One of my viewers came up with the blueprint. Threw it up in Discord, and I basically gave the thought exercise that less machines. Yeah. I gave the thought exercise saying that I wanted to make the absolute most amount of power on the map. Like, use every resource imaginable. No duplication. And it had to be sustainable. So no dumping nuclear waste into a ginormous storage bin. That was the two rules. Because more power could be made if you didn't convert the nuclear waste into plutonium fuel rods to get rid of it. Okay, which one of you little bastards are not hooked up? Now we'll find out the old-fashioned way. We'll just put a train on it and drive it. It'll tell me which rail's not hooked up. Oh. Figured out which rail wasn't hooked up. Both of them. I don't think it's less machines for the 13 terawatt. It's just a different order. I think it's a lot more coal production. Bye bye. Yeah, the 13 terawatt has a lot more coal power plants because I think it involves burning all of the compacted coal that's produced by making the rocket fuel. Whereas the 14.5 recycles it back into the turbo fuel. That then feeds into the rocket fuel. Wonder if I can get through there. Yeah, Vogue Oracle there is the mastermind behind the blueprint. Like I said, I give credit where credit's due. I did not. I just came up with a thought exercise. And like I said earlier, if anyone can get more than 14.5 million with the rules stated, no duplication. Actually, why don't I just go that way? No duplication, and the nuclear waste has to be recycled. If you can get more than 14.5 million, post it in Discord. Post it in my Discord, and I will build that in 1.2. You come up with it in Modeler, and I will build it. I think that's a relatively fair thing. A lot of people don't. There's a lot of people that want to do the thought exercise, but they don't want to do the build. Actually, that begs the question, Vogue, are you going to do the 14.5 as well? Don't use Modeler? Why not? Or you don't use Modeler? Oh, I don't use modeler. Okay, that makes more sense. Absolutely not. You know what, you don't want to do that one? I mean, I guess it is a pretty unique play type. I'm doing it for content's sake. And just to prove that it can be done. That's my big thing, is I want to prove that it can be done. Where the hell is the bauxite over here? No, I still got a little ways to go. I have a feeling I won't be too close to that tree. No, I can deal with that. The tree grew into the road. It happens. Now that's completely believable, right? They don't want to chop down the giant tree, so they just built the road into it. They called up and said, "We're road builders, not lumberjacks." I don't have that tree to worry about, but starting to think this might be one of those Dr. Frankenstein moments where the creator's scared of his own creation. I'm a lumberjack now, baby. Yeah, I mean, like I said, some people enjoy thought exercises. I'm one of them. Just some people are a hell of a lot better at it than I am, and I'm willing to admit that. I'll own my flaws. I'll let people who may be smarter than me in some aspects do things that I don't want to do. Give it a little wiggle, 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 wiggle. If anybody watching is not familiar with why I do the wiggle, wiggle, if you notice when I first put the train track down and move it into place, it's not actually lining up with those two lines on the foundation. But as soon as I do a wiggle, wiggle, it does. If you ever tried to build a railroad on a curved surface and your railroads get kind of squirrely, gotta remember to do the wiggle, wiggle. Or come from the other direction. Or use buffer rails. Thank you, Johnny. No, that should still clear. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, that still clears. Doesn't look like it's in the right goddamn place, though. Okay. The hell was that? I'm basically here. That's bauxite right there. What the hell kind of weird ass noise is that? I think it's a spooter. Come get your throat cut. Freaking demon. One of these days I'll learn directions. I'm not holding my breath on that one. I wouldn't recommend you guys do it either. Okay, so as long as I don't go over that bauxite node, which I'm not. We're back to tied up on the freaking boat. Yeah, like I said, that one baffles me. I seriously thought that freaking boat was going to be a blowout, just an open and shut. But you guys proved me wrong yet again. I know most of my people voted for the bigger number because they know it's going to be more of a pain in the ass. And they're all about my pain and misery. Do 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 do. I have no problem with pain and misery. It's just comes with. I honestly think a lot of it comes with content creation. It's mostly streaming and stuff. I think that. Yeah, we'll find out the old-fashioned way. Hello, bauxite. Honestly, I couldn't 100% tell you which one's going to be worse. They're both going to suck to build. It's going to be probably a pretty long series. I'm hoping to get at least a month out of the build. God damn it. Didn't even know you left, Amaya. That's how little we pay attention. This playthrough is the first time I've really gone into some of the mega factories, but this is also only my second playthrough. So, yep, that's what I was worried about right there. But that's actually not that hard to fix. You son of a bastard! Dare you throw things at me? You throw crap at me and then you disappear. I don't even know where the hell you went. Ah, you! Where you at? Where you at, you little punk? I got my Punk Buster 9000 right here. I seriously don't see this hog. I know there's one hanging out over there, but I don't see it now. She had an old lady nap? Yeah, probably. She's getting old now. I can't make fun of her being a kid anymore. She's already too old for Leo DiCaprio. It's okay, Maya. You don't have to lie to us. You took an old lady nap. It's okay. Remember, Johnny's a senior citizen. If he was an American, he'd already be on AARP. Okay, so one there. One over there, one over there, one over there. Do. Drop the little roundy roundabout in. Oh, I think I know why people are voting for the 13 instead of the 14 and a half. They don't think I can do the 14 and a half. They don't have confidence in me. That's what it is. Really? You can't hurt me. I'm in the air. You're not. I got 2 of the 3. Thank God I'm not going to have to worry about those. That's one thing I'm not going to have to do is tap fucking water vents. I'd like to take a moment to thank random subscriber number 227 and random subscriber number 228. I would say exactly who it is, but unfortunately YouTube does not tell me who subscribed unless your subscriptions are set to public. But whatever way, big thanks. I do greatly appreciate it. Ah, piggy. I just realized that if I'm using every inch of crude oil on the map and you cannot make more, I'm gonna have to like warehouse my rifle ammos because I won't be able to make them once the power plant turns on. I don't want this here. Let's go out one more and then we'll put one in. God damn it. I hate that you can double click on a blueprint and it will literally just build it twice. How much bauxite is actually here? How much bauxite is actually in this spot? One pure, one normal, and 2 impure. So basically 2 pure nodes. So I did a quick Google search. What, is Streamlabs not working? Or are you talking about the whole subscriber thing? Okay. Or I don't have it set up to announce. Yeah, because I've actually gotten notifications on my phone saying new subscriber, blah blah blah, which says it's a public one. Because like I'm gonna refresh a subscriber from 8 days ago. See, if I refresh it, it works, but oh. I sent that one. I guess I had chat box notifications turned off. But I don't use chatbot. I use I don't use Chatbox. I use CloudBot. It's like I don't use AlertBox. Thank you for the follow over there on Twitch. Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait for the next subscriber on YouTube to see if that's going to work now or not. All right, back to building. So as much as I kind of want to build it off that roundabout, I might have to go out straight again. The hell you at, you little bastard? You little punk. Yep, I already thanked him. Thank you, Casper. I guess I'm going to go out a couple more times. We'll just build the train platform over this water vent. I'm pretty sure that's water. Yep, that's water. Yeah, we'll just do a roundabout here. Gives me room to make the train station over here, because I'm only going to need one train to move this. If you are watching and you are not subscribed, if you would do me a huge favor and smack that subscribe button, even if you don't want to stay subscribed, if you want to just smack it and then unsubscribe, I would be greatly appreciative, because I'm trying to test my Streamlabs spot. Ooh, Kitterium. Ooh, Dorito-headed kitty. Die, you fire breather. That's just a normal node? Yeah, well, whatever. I try not to be that standard YouTuber that's begs for subscribers and stuff, but right now I'm just trying to test my Streamlabs bot. No, if you're already subscribed, it won't work. Only works for new subscribers. That one I'm aware of. I am going to be taking a short break here in a few minutes. Alright. So like I said, I only need one... I can get this out of here in one train station. I don't want buffer stop. I never use buffer stops. I mean, theoretically speaking, I've got water here. I don't have oil. I'm going to jump to my alt account. Nah, it won't be that kind of break. At least I got your joke. Worst thing is, I'm either going to be in Texas or Oklahoma here in the next couple days. I guess it kind of depends on which route I decide to take. I know I'm going through Arizona. Because I'll be damned if I go through the mountains. No. It's barely March. I'm not going through the freaking mountains of Colorado. Okay. I mean, I kind of figured since that's your Discord name. No, I'm not going through the mountains of freaking... The worst thing is, looking at the actual recent events in Streamlabs. Tornado's next stop by you. You rent a barrel for a free ride. Yeah, looking at the recent events in Streamlabs, I don't see any new subscribers on YouTube for the last 9 days. Right? 8 days. No, I appreciate the sub, Foxy on the alt. But it does not seem like Streamlabs is picking them up. So I got to figure out why. I'm going to log out of Streamlabs and log back in, see if that helps anything. Go through all the freaking sign in with Google crap. Yes, I want to let Streamlabs access my Google account. Okay, so this is showing a subscriber from 3 hours ago, 2 days ago, 2 days ago, now that I just refreshed. But yeah, it's definitely not showing all of them. So I guess I was right. It's the, if it's not a public one, it's not going to work. As far as it's a lot of people, Johnny, I believe it's a YouTube default. Is that your subscriptions are set to private. Heather would have way too much fun if I visited her. I could scare the crap out of Lupine and visit her. That'd honestly be hilarious. Just because I know it would scare the crap out of her. And a follow. Take a plane and visit me. No, I'm not going to Australia. It's already going to suck enough flying to California and driving back. And I'm taking a plane there. Yeah, I thank Mr. Morden for the follow over on Twitch. I was on that one. I don't know, Johnny, if you want to look up things for that, feel free and just send me a DM and I'll try to adjust it. I'm probably going to spend a good chunk of the night trying to get this 13 terawatt thing to calculate properly. Cali drivers are low-key courteous compared to Arizona drivers, speaking as an Arizona person. Yeah. About 2 years ago, I drove from here in Indiana all the way to California because my son is stationed in San Diego. And he purchased my late uncle's vehicle and he wanted it in California. We tried to get it shipped and the shipping company basically screwed him. And like 2 weeks out from when the ship date was supposed to be, he still hadn't heard anything from them. So he's like, nope, screw it, we're driving it. Just come with me, Dad, and I'll fly you home. Or I'll buy you a plane ticket to fly home. And driving through Arizona, driving completely normal, like 5-10 miles over the speed limit. I get this freaking landscaping truck, and I only know it's a landscaping truck after he passed me, just riding my fucking ass the whole way up this hill, like blaring his horn. It's like, dude, the whole other lane's available. If you really want, if you're that upset about, you know, me going slower than you, just go the F around. And he finally did, and then I noticed a sign that said something about traffic needs to be on one side. I always worry about the right-hand lane because a lot of times they turn into turn lanes. Like, you have to turn lanes. It could be a combination of me being right and me not having things set up correctly. I have no problem admitting I don't know what the hell I'm doing when it comes to like Streamlabs and crap. But welcome in, William. And thank you for subscribing. Yeah, I'm not going to try to say that one. Sorry, not going to happen. I will do you the courtesy of not trying to say your name. I think in a way that's nicer than trying to sound it out. Ow. Yep. Well, it's kind of working. It kind of working's better than not working at all. Now, the weird thing is, it's always worked on Twitch. Damn. By the way, Johnny, that is 70 for the year. Like I said, I don't know who flipped the switch at YouTube that decided my content was worth promoting, but thank you. Because YouTube is definitely doing a hell of a lot better job promoting my content this year than they did the last two. I'm surprised Anonymous doesn't at least trigger a notification. It'd be nice, but... Oh, I already got a damn power pole down here. The hell are you doing down here, power pole? Ah! I'm on fire! Dorito-headed kitties are shooting fireballs at me! Oh yeah, I was gonna make boom booms when I was back at base. You wait a couple minutes, Casper, I'll join you. Yeah, I'm up there as well. Now what the hell's that? Demon? Spectral ghost? Ball from hell? Oh, in addition to whoever flipped the switch at YouTube, me playing factory games definitely seems to be a good idea. You up here? Ah! Super demon! Ah! Fucking bunch of them! Alright, mods, it might be time for a warning again. I guarantee I'm going to be cursing a fair amount here in a minute. Ah! Yeah, see, I kind of knew what I was talking about. Hold still, you little pain in the ass. I can't hit a moving target. Oh, I'm out of rifle ammo. Yep, not those. Yeah, you fall down there. Fall to your doom. You're already dead, but fall down and die more. That's the thing, right? You can die. You can die more. Okay, I'll have to belt those over to the train, but I'm gonna go out and have a little filtered air break. So let me get back over my train station, and that'll be a relatively safe spot for me to take a break. All right, I'm gonna put you guys on my hold screen, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go nowhere. I'll be back. I promise.
Good job. You guys didn't go nowhere. And I'm back. I'm back. I'm back in the saddle again. Oh, never mind. There goes a couple people. As soon as they heard my voice, like, nope. I'm back on the train again. That doesn't really work. But I'm back. I'm back. Let's get this bauxite boxed up. Okay, so this is just a little crappy normal node. Or impure node, sorry. That's not even a normal node. Who is abusing cats? You're the one that keeps talking about me having a freaking sing option back on Twitch. Don't make me hit that mute button. See, this is why I said this. Thank you, Johnny. I'm notoriously bad for not remembering to switch my screen back. Oh, the pure's down. No, that's the normal. The pure's the one up there. Oh, it makes sense that the pure's up here. No power? I see power. Alright, we're gonna take advantage of a little... I wouldn't even say it's so much a bug. But I mean, it's kind of a bug. It's not really developer intended. But considering the fact, if you watch the 1.2 announcement video really carefully, you can notice that they are using a mini lift. So I'm going to use its big brother, the Mega Lift. If I hook it up right. Ah, damn it. I keep trying to go down instead of going up. Okay. Get a conveyor out. Boop. Boop, boop, ba-doop, boop. If I don't contradict myself, who will? Yeah, that's true. It's a valid point, Johnny. Yay, coffee! Yeah, I just need to remember the left belt here is a big boy. Did I not hook a power wire up to you? Get on the grid. So I'm going to bring it around the backside of this node. We need a merger. Bow, 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 meow, meow. Am I as AFK for kiddo? Yeah, I saw the message. I honestly am absolutely flabbergasted by the sheer amount of support
that playing this game has generated. Not complaining in the least bit, just absolutely flabbergasted. Gobsmacked. Okay, where's that other node? I see. It definitely helps that it's not so saturated with other creators. Yeah, that I was saying this to Casper the other day, and it's one of the things that is really funny about like Ark. It seems like half the people that play Ark are either content creators or wannabe content creators, and I'll put myself in that wannabe content creator part. But it's like, how low would Ark's player base be if all the content creators bailed on it? Well, honestly, I think a lot of it has to do with my playstyle and my personality and stuff work better with this game because I'm not that super loud, obnoxious, high energy person that a lot of the Ark content creators are. Because honestly, I expected this game to do crap because, you know, my channel's not used to playing them. And generally the algorithm says, you know,
Make sure you play the same type of game over and over and over, or play the same game for the rest of your fucking life.
now, that's not going to work. That's a general rule that a lot of content creators go off of is, you know, you have to play the same genre of game always and forever. And I don't want to play the same genre of game always and forever. Genres of games burn me out. I want to play what I want to play when I want to play it. And games like this that involve, yeah, the math may not be for everyone, and I get that, but the sheer thinking and planning and everything like that. No, there's a lot of creators that are bailing on Ark because they're in the same boat I am, where they're frustrated with the fucking bugs and crap, and it's really hard to make content, especially. One of the big things that Ark has always been known for is the 100 days shit. And it's really hard to do 100 days if, you know, 50 days into it, they go through and do a bunch of changes. And I was saying that to Jordan because he asked me if I was going to finish my island playthrough, and it's like, no, I'd like to, but I'd also like to play a game that doesn't have 8 billion bugs in it. For anybody wondering what I was talking about, I originally started this channel as an Ark Survival Ascended player. I've since played a lot of other games, and I plan on keeping playing a lot of other games. But I am very much enjoying the factory building genre. So I'm going to be sticking with that one for a hot minute at least. At least a good hot minute. So the Satisfactory streams, the Satisfactory content ain't going nowhere. But it might be getting joined in by some of the other games in the genre. Maybe a little Factorio. Maybe a little Dyson Sphere. Maybe some Foundry. I remember what the hell that other game was. Modulus? I think it's what it's called. Something like that. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. Nobody ever knows what the hell I'm talking about, but somebody might know what game I'm talking about. Hell, I might decide to just completely and totally go absolutely nuts and get into Space Engineers. Okay, so we got bauxite loading up into a train platform. Two pure belts loading into a single 4-car train, because everything I've done, for the most part, everything I've done in this playthrough has been 4-car trains. So now, I either need coal or preferably oil in order to turn this sexy bauxite into even sexier aluminums. And unfortunately, I've used a good chunk of my freaking oil. I'll just leave that there for right now. There is still some oil in the Spire Coast. And if I throw down aluminum ingots, a pure aluminum ingot in Modeler, and I draw it back to electrode, draw it back to sloppy alumina, because we all know how you kids like it sloppy. Means I only need 240 crude oil to process all of this. All I need is, what, a normal node? And obviously, you know, my best bet would have been using the oil that's right over here, but I already used it. To get to 2.4 million megawatts. Because I'm a bit nuts. But not nearly as nuts as I'm going to be when I make 14.5 million megawatts. If you're curious as to how the hell I'm going to get away with making 14.5 million megawatts, be sure to hit that subscribe button, because we're going to be starting that as soon as 1.2 experimental launches. Will that finally be the build that drives me the rest of the way to pure insanity? Will this be the build that actually drives me to be committed? Only one way to find out. Why are you doing that? Oh, it did that stupid crap. Yep. There will be pain. There will be suffering. There will probably be crying. There will definitely be whining. We know the whining is going to be there. Yoink! Friend-shaped friend. Friend-shaped friend. Friend-shaped friend in my pocket. Oh, I also need water. Hey, those aren't flashing anymore. Yay. Then I'm just going to leave that without a bunch of signals and stuff because I don't really care. Yep, big old middle finger to you. Now the fire kitty there, that's a different story. I'll run away from the fire kitty. I mean, that's a possibility. How much more oil is sitting right here? Did I use it? I don't think I used it. I might have used it all. I don't think I used it all. Nope, I see nodes. I see at least one node still available. Unfortunately, it looks like only one node available. Yep. You are a normal node. The normal node from this. Remember, right? One of these normal nodes. Yeah, one of these normal nodes is only 150. I need more than that. That's out. That option is dead in the water. Also going to hear all the cursing. Yep, there will be cursing. There will be blood. There will be sweat. There will be tears. There'll be a little crybaby boy. Now, the reason why I want oil, if anybody is not aware of this, if you go into the alumina solution recipes, and you come down here to the used in, there are two ways to make aluminum scrap. There's the electrode aluminum scrap, and there is the coal-based base game aluminum scrap. If you use coal, you take 2 alumina solution and get 3 aluminum scrap. Whereas with the electrode one, you take 2, or you take 3 and you get 5. I'm pretty sure 3/5. I don't know if 3/5 is lower than. So is coal better? Is coal better? No. No. Oil is better. And I'll show you guys this. Going into Modeler, 2400 bauxite into the petroleum coke recipe gives you 4800 scrap. With a pure aluminum ingot recipe, you get 24. So it's 24 in, 24 out. Now, if I wanted to play with some freaking silica and bring in 4,000 silica, I could get more aluminum. This is the recipe I am going to be using in 1.2. I know everybody fucking hates this recipe because silica, but more aluminum means less bauxite. Less bauxite means I have more bauxite to make nitrogen, to make uranium, Yeah, if you're wondering about the 14.5 terawatt, that's what it looks like. But discounting that, going back to the pure aluminum recipe, if you switch this out with the base recipe that takes coal, you only get 2160 aluminum ingots. But more machines and more power. Yeah, power's not an issue for me. I don't even think about power anymore. So I need somewhere that has a bit of oil that I haven't already abused, and some Wawa. Actually, peeking back at this, I need 960 water. Power, I barely knew her. Exactly. The other nice thing about using the oil recipe is your refineries balance out. So it takes the same. You can use the same number of refineries for the alumina as you are for the bauxite. Never stopped me, that's for damn sure. So there is somewhere I can think of that has a little bit of oil left, but there's no water nearby. And that's my biggest problem, is I know places that have oil that I haven't used all of. But they don't really have water nearby, but maybe just maybe where I'm thinking might work, because I know I left some oil there. I don't remember how much oil I left there. And I already have train infrastructure right next to it. So that's another huge check mark for me. I know somewhere that has a crap ton of oil that I've not used. Actually, I know two places that have oil that I've not used. But I don't really have train infrastructure set up. Where I'm thinking there's already a train there. So, you know, big win on that part. Because obviously, you know, if I don't have to set up a whole new train line, it sounds like a win to me. Because the train I just put down is number 73, because the one I'm currently riding in is going to go away. The bauxite train is number 73, and with how far I'm going to have to move it, it's probably going to be number 74 and maybe 75. Because the nearest source of oil to where I pulled that from, I already used. Oops. And by already used, I mean I literally just used it today. All of the oil at Gold Coast is consumed. Every drop. And it's actually running properly now that I remembered I didn't overclock the freaking generators. Even though I need to go back there and make sure that I hooked it up to 12 generators and not 16. But where I'm thinking is right here. I left an oil node sitting here. There is still an oil node down here that I'm not utilizing. Right there. Is it a normal? Crap, it's an impure. An impure node. No. One of these impures. Oh, shit. Crap, I need a normal. That's not going to work. Now, if I had that impure and that impure, it'd work. But I need this impure to power this. This is my personal supercomputer, computer, electromagnetic control rod, and AI limiter factory. I also make high-speed connectors here. So, I'm not tearing this down. The train station here is already being used because when I built this whole system, I never touched that iron node. So now I gotta find somewhere else to put this. Gotta find another hole to stick this in. Hey, at least I'm not asking for volunteers. Now, there's still a bit of oil that I have not exploited in this playthrough. I will have to exploit it in the next playthrough. There is some oil in here. Yeah, there is also oil over here. The oil over there actually looks a little more appealing. Yeah, to a point. The hell did you heist it all? Holy crap, you're insane. I thought I was the nuts one in the family. Or are you saying you had to be nuts to be around me? I didn't decide to do shit. So that was kind of a bad place to put a road. But we got one right here. And it's a normal. I need, according to Modler, give me a second, I need 240 crude oil. That normal node right there is 300 oil. So as much as I like this biome, I think we're gonna bulldoze it. Now, the drawback is, you know, as I said, this is a Really close. Or really not very close to kind of anything. Definitely not close to that bauxite. That's no bueno. I don't know how the hell that just happened. So obviously I'm going to be taking a short detour to go figure out why the hell two of my trains just collided. I have a feeling it's a roundabout at fault again. Definitely will not be using roundabouts in 1.2. Unless there's a major overhaul to train logic. Lucky enough, the collision was just up here. Now, the worst thing is I don't need this aluminum. I mean, I kind of sort of do, but it's kind of sort of. The drawback is, you know, my entire power grid relies on trains. So having a high traffic intersection like this down is it's not good. Called it. Roundabout. How about you get that out of here? Go. Go away. As soon as these trains are clear, I'll be tearing down this intersection. I just screw waiting for them to get clear. Yeah. There you guys go. A triple triangle intersection. I have it. I've tried a dozen things with the roundabouts. And the worst thing is it's a very, very, very sporadic error. Like that That roundabout has been here for hundreds of hours. My nuke plant has been moving stuff through this intersection for the better part of a week. That's the first collision. My rocket fuel factory, I had two or three collisions over there over the time span of nearly a month. Things just have to line up exactly right for the collision to happen. So like 99.99999% of the time, it was fine. And I did try moving the signals out a little bit. The problem is with the way that I designed that roundabout, if a train, let me find a roundabout, it's easier to explain. Yeah, that's the thing. It's the size of the roundabout. The tiny roundabout has a tiny margin of error that I have not found with the T intersection. Because a larger roundabout, you can get your tracks to work a little bit better. Yeah, my roundabout is the smallest you can possibly make. It is a 5 foundation roundabout. And when I only had 2 or 3 trains on my network, it was fine. But now I've got 70 something. I mean, the worst thing is I'm not joking. Here's my list of trains. Because when I set this playthrough up, I made the rule to myself that I was not allowed to run megabelts. So, you know, when people run a belt all the way across the biome, yeah, I'm forbidding myself from doing that. Because I wanted to use vehicles. I do need to be kind of careful not to cover up that. That was my point in this playthrough, was I wanted a heavy vehicle playthrough. Now, I don't suffer from it. I enjoy every second of my small roundabouts. I suffer from go big-itis. And I'll own that one. But I do get the joke. Obviously, I'm going to clear some trees. Disgusting nature is in my way. Put the cookie down. I don't have any cookies. I mean, I don't have a cookie on me right now. Compensating for something? No, that's why we're doing the 14 terawatt factory. That's a compensation thing. Oh, I'm gonna do mega belt highways in 1.2. Remember, I've got to use every drop of some of the resources. I'm not gonna have a choice. My roundabout's maybe small, but she's never complained. Not the size of the roundabout, it's how you use it. Now, I wouldn't have a problem in the 1.2 playthrough doing a big roundabout. Gotta check my pork loin. Yeah, it's still a little too cold for that up here, and it's way too wet. Okay. So, buttons. Can we get... Yeah, we can. I hate the fact that I can't put my freight platform down first. I have to do it this way, and I freaking hate it. I hate every freaking second of that. Well, Johnny, I guess when you next see Wattage, you can tell him he's not the only Sooner in the Idiots streams anymore. You can keep that, Foxy. You can keep that. I think my average around here is around like 90 to 95. Whatever the hell that translates to in Celsius. I lean on Johnny for my translation to Celsius. I'll own it. Like I said earlier, I have no problem admitting my flaws and my my shortcomings. Which side is the power connector on? Ah, cool, that side. Actually, you know what? You come there. We're gonna take you underneath. Turn flashlight back on. Because the dead center of the of a foundation is a really good place to just pull your wire through. Yes, I said I was pulling my wire. Don't judge. All right. I'll just enjoy my -50 winters. Yeah, I'll own the old joke about I'd take it cold over hot any day of the week because I can just put on more clothes, but eventually if I take off too many clothes I get arrested.
I mean, I'd rather have neither. Is that an option? Can I not have either one of them? Ooh. Oh. I'm gonna say that's not clipping. Do we agree with this statement? I'm gonna say that's not clipping. Welcome in, Sundog. Okay. Go ahead and put my spacers down. On the right ones. And I go over this on a regular basis, but if you're not aware of what I'm doing, even though 2 of these will have probably conveyor floor holes, using the merger works really well as a spacer to make sure that your bins are far enough apart. So even in areas I'm not going to keep a merger, I use a lot of mergers just as spacers. Oh, hey, and I got water here too. Just a little bit. That is not clipping at all. It would be yellow, but there is a definitive gap. Now, it's invading its personal space, yes, but there is a definitive gap, and I am all about riding things as close as they can. I ran a train track this wide all the way into the quartz cave in the Rocky Desert to get my quartz. I am all about that. Pixels of space. But yeah, I mean, I realize that, you know, some people don't care about clipping. I'm only at like 73 trains right now. I'm about to put a couple more on because there ain't no way in hell I'm bringing all that down here in one train at 1200. Yep. See, this is why I use spacers. And I still screw up. God damn it, that's too close. The fuck? That's on straight. Oh, it's on curve mode, that's why. And that one's a little far. No, that's in the right spot. This one was not. Oh, it's supposed to be there. Yes, I am that anal. If you're new to the channel, yes, I'm that freaking anal. I'm not anal about everything, but there's certain things. Helps when I put them going the right direction.
I'm at 5. The dude that makes me feel inept. Wait till next playthrough. I think the worst spaghetti I've made in this playthrough has been the copper powder belt. That when I was originally ran the 24 Mark 6 belts to move my 27,000 copper ingots. Actually, do I need singularity cells? I'm not making fixonium. I don't think I'm allowed to make copper powder. If Vogue is still listening, he could answer, but I'm pretty sure he's gone to bed. Oh, Sundogs from New Zealand. Delete the foundation, then rebuild it. Nah. Okay, so for the time being, I'm just gonna put 2 sinks over here because I need to do some measurements on my throughput. A lot of guys are familiar with this step. My 2 big analnesses is belts and power wires. I'm getting a little more anal on pipes, but it ain't there yet. Bow, 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 bow. How bad does the hail get in New Zealand? Do, 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 do. Oh yeah, I'm on Zoop mode. I'm either in Zoop or default, one of the two. Okay. Bauxite in. I mean, we're only sitting at 2.4 million. It's not that bad. Yeah, at least remember to switch my stations over to unload this time. It's probably been 4 or 5 times in this playthrough where it's like, why is it not unloading? Well, I guess if I ever decide to go down under, I have tour guides. I already know full well that there's no way in hell one train is going to be able to bring that down here at any kind of decent rate. It's probably going to be 3 to 4. So there's train number 74. I think Australia can be nice to visit depending on where in Australia you go. Just, you know, don't act like you've got COVID. My aunt, when I was young, lived in Christchurch. My uncle was stationed there in the U.S. Navy. I think, and yep, Sundog knows exactly what I'm talking about. Say what you will about the American government, but yeah, I'll leave it there. If you know what I'm saying, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't know, sorry. I will not explain it further. Oh, okay. We have 19 viewers at the moment. We are still getting votes for 13 terawatts. Why? Why does anyone want to watch me make the smaller power plant? Wouldn't you want to watch me make the absolutely insane, stupidly huge 14.5 terawatt? I mean, I'm scared of that one. I was scared of the other one too, because the other one, let me boot this up real quick. If I can make it work. It was something around 400 and it was over 500 coal power plants. You find me a way to get 30 terawatts, I will. I have made this statement multiple times in this stream, and I will continue to make it. If you can find me a way to make more than 14.5 terawatts, send me a modeler file. Or send me screenshots of it in modeler. I will build it. The 2 rules are no duplication glitches, and it has to be sustainable, aka the nuclear waste has to be disposed of. No throwing it down the toilet, no putting it in lizard doggos, no dumping it in the void, and no making a ginormous storage cabinet facility to store it till the end of time. I'm working on a rocket fuel power plant, 757.89 generators. I have one that's 696 on this playthrough. The one I am going to be doing in 1.2 is, give me a second. I gotta find the number. It's a big number. 4,481 fully overclocked fuel power generators to make 3 terawatts just from rocket fuel, not including the 300 fully overclocked nuclear reactors. Like I said, I have no problem. Whoever can submit the largest megawattage by the time I get to building the power plant, that is the one I will go with. My issues was the sulfur volume. Yeah. I can show you my rocket. Mine's a little smaller than what you're working on, but I can show you what my 696 looks like. It's only 440,000 megawatts. Only. How many people literally say only 440,000 megawatts? Ooh, shit. Hold on. I gotta do something real quick. Get out of my way, you freaking jerk! Move! I know, you're blinking because you're on the wrong damn side of the road. Okay, why are you screwed up? Is it the train station? It's always the train station. Yeah, but I can't get it to 66 miles an hour, so what does it matter? Okay, one of you guys is screwed up. Here. How are you messed up on that? Alright, sorry, I gotta do a little train debugging. Okay, that one works. You're still being stupid. But if a block signal is being stupid, it's probably a problem on the other side. Definitely a problem on the other side. Okay, that one's working, that one's working. No. Those are all working. If I tie this in, tie that in, tie this in. Nope, they all just went to hell. This happens from time to time. Is this one not working? Oh no, it's not. Hold on. I didn't leave a train in the middle of the tracks. I don't know what you're talking about. 66 miles an hour? Are you drunk? Yeah, probably. Like I said, at least I got the reference. Okay, are you gonna work? Yes. Cool. So that means when I hook these up, yay, intersection works. All right, let's go to the turbo fuel. I only need to go there once. I would feel 80 years old if I referenced those films and somebody hadn't heard of them. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. My youngest probably would not get the references. My oldest, definitely, he'd be on there with you, but I did a much better job of introducing him to films and stuff of my generation. My youngest was all about,
It's not Pokemon, I don't care.
but what was the problem with the sulfur volume, Vampire? And welcome in, since I don't think I said that earlier. Big old welcome, 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 welcome. Because there's definitely more than enough sulfur on the map to do like 800. I will say I'm running a fair amount of trains, and I'm not pulling in exactly. I didn't send in exactly 4,000 that I needed. I sent in 4,200 because obviously it's a little harder to dial that into exactly 4,000 when your nodes come at 300, 600, and 1,200. Trying to transport 3K sulfur. Oh, okay. You're using the other recipe. Johnny, don't give them ideas. I swear to God. I swear to freaking God. If they start doing that, I'm going to fly up to Canada, I'm going to beat the crap out of you, and I'm going to blame you. I'll beat you with that traffic cone. That traffic cone will go places it's not supposed to go. Or is it? Yeah, when I set up my rocket fuel plant, I set up my train line first. And my train line has grown exponentially since then. Like I said earlier, and you might not have been in the stream at the time, I'm currently running 74 trains on this playthrough. Little ears. Alright, I'll try to behave myself a little bit, Elijah. The major reason why I'm running 74 trains, and I literally said this about half an hour ago, but I get people flit in and out of my streams. When I made this playthrough, I swore to myself that I would not do mega belts. And by that I mean biome spanning belt lengths. If I needed to transport goods from one biome to another biome, I had to use vehicles. I regret this decision immensely because of drones. It's not even because of the trains. The trains run fine. It's because of drones. There is a bug with drones. I have never seen a single episode of Rick and Morty, and I plan on keeping it that way. There is a bug with drones that is very random, very rare. If they are at the very beginning or very end of their takeoff or landing animation, and you get hit with the autosave at that exact second, they can freeze. They completely forget where the hell they are. The drone port still sees them in the port, so it will not let another drone in. And you'll go over and you'll either find it just barely hovering above the drone port, like it's about to land, or it'll be at the very top like it's about ready to leave. I have had massive meltdowns because of it. We had a meltdown not too long ago that stacked over 100,000 uranium waste because I didn't notice it. Because there's no air warning when a drone stops moving. And my biggest issue is the nitrogen drones for this. I move 3,000 nitrogen from the big node up here to my right, behind me now, down here to the Crater Lake. Because the nitrogen node here in Crater Lake ain't big enough for this power plant. And I didn't want to bring some from this one and some from the one in the Abyss Cliffs, so I just brought it all up from up there. But if one of those drones takes a crap, everything down here shuts down. And I make my turbo fuel here that fuels my drones, that brings my uranium and my nitrogen into the nuke plant. There's 300 fuel power generators on each level of this. I remember my next turbo fuel plant is over 4,000. I don't know how the hell I'm going to build it. Verticality will be my friend. I have a feeling we're going to go touch the space elevator. She got tiny everything. But yeah, there's 696 fuel power generators here. Because I was too lazy to send the compact coal back in to turbo fuel to send it into the default rocket fuel recipe. Everything here is made with the nitro rocket fuel recipe because I did not want to deal with... What? Oh yeah, that's that one that's not overclocked. Yeah. That's the one that's not overclocked. Like, why do I have one green light down here? Why is there a green light down here? You tell yourself whatever you have to tell yourself, Amaya. But the compacted coal that comes out of the rocket fuel goes into turbo fuel, powers a fair amount of generators, and fuels a whole packager line over here that uses some of the excess blue meth. I don't care what it's actually called. It's blue meth to make plastic, make containers to fuel all my drones. Yeah, I just didn't want to deal with nitric acid. That was the entire thing. I didn't want to deal with sulfuric acid and nitric acid. It has now been pointed out to me that it uses a higher concentration of sulfur and nitrogen. And honestly, when I first started this playthrough, this power plant was my goal. I wasn't planning on building a nuke plant. And when I got this all built and fired up, I asked chat, now what? And they're like, oh, nuclear? And I don't know how to do things small. So I was like, okay, if we're going to do nuclear, let's use all the uranium on the map. That went down backwards. My mouse wheel is very sensitive. Go to Moon Knight. Moon Knight is called Moon Knight because of random bullshit. Go. Sorry, little ears, I know, but it's literally the train station that has a meme name. And, you know, since I only got like 20 minutes left in the stream, 2025, I'm not going to measure that bauxite. So go to Moon Knight, check out the nuke plant, make sure everything's running properly, and then, I don't know, maybe I'll start setting up refineries. Yeah, the 3K nitrogen is the one I'm using because I need exactly 3,000 nitrogen. So it's like, that seems a little like a fate. I don't know why I didn't want to deal with nitric acid and sulfuric acid. I just didn't. I didn't really look at the numbers and realize, oh crap, this is using a ton more sulfur. Because like I said, I mean, that was the point of the playthrough, was to make the 696 rocket fuel factory. I figured 440,000 megawatts. That's plenty. Yeah. And then my Go Big Itis jumped up and bit me right in the buttocks, and he's like, nope, 2.4 million. Go for it. Do it. Do it. And then I made the thought exercise, Okay, I can hit 5 million. And then it was brought to my attention 13 million was possible. And then one of my chatters came in today. It's like, yeah, the guy who came up with the 13 million, he's like, oh, I got bad news for you. It's like, okay, so there's two ways that this could be bad news. Either you miscalculated something and 13 million isn't possible, or you miscalculated something and you found more. So, yep, it's the second one. 14.5 million, here you go. The Uber factory might tame that a little bit. Yeah, I don't know about that. Because remember, like I said, it was Uber factory, not Uber power plant. They are not the same word. Factory and power plant are two totally different things. I will not have the materials to automate making iodine filters. I will not have the materials to automate making basically anything, because every drop of crude is spoken for. Every drop of bauxite is spoken for. Every drop of SAM is spoken for. Every drop of sulfur, every drop of nitrogen. I'll have some leftover iron and copper and limestone. But I think Caterium's cached. And most of the iron on the map is actually going to get turned into sulfur. So if you want to see some really stupid crap, smack that subscribe button, because in less than 2 weeks, the stupidity begins. Because like I said, I'm not going to be able to automate anything. I've got to build it all up. No, I will be starting an entire new save for 1.2. So I will be building, I will be starting by trying to rush to phase 5 to get Mark 6 belts, Mark 3 miners, everything I absolutely have to have, and synthetic power shards. And I'm going to stockpile them. I got to stockpile basically everything. Supercomputers, turbo motors, radio control units, everything you need to make nuke plants, because I got to make 300 nuclear generators. I have the number of power generators in a nice little image file that I will throw up on the screen now. It is 304 nuclear power plants, 4,481 fuel generators for the rocket fuel, 32 coal plants for the leftover coal on the map, and 7 fully fed alien power augmenters. I smell a spreadsheet. I ain't doing a damn whiteboard for this crap. It's gonna be a friggin' spreadsheet. It's gonna be a notebook. And I don't mean a page in a notebook. It's gonna be a notebook. It's gonna be a binder. Casper's gonna man the binder again. But yeah, that is the number of power generators that the 14.5 is going to generate. So I will be streaming from basically now until Sunday or Saturday. Sorry, I will not be streaming Sunday. And most of them will be discussions and polls and setting rules for my 1.2 playthrough. Because what's a good challenge if you don't have rules? You gotta have rules in place. I mean, just building a 14.5 terawatt factory. mega power plant. That's not hard enough. I got to put challenges on top of that because I'm stupid. I'm an idiot. It's right there in the name of the channel. And I will try not to be doing the same thing multiple streams in a row. And everything will be recorded. And I'm going to try to edit it down into bite-sized content. I don't even know. Honestly, the modeler thing isn't working in the file that was sent. I got to do a bunch of disconnects and reconnects to get it to recalculate. It's a lot. Because remember, every nuke power plant takes a full pipe when fully overclocked. And I got to build 300 of them. Plus the water pipes for the blenders for the diluted fuel. Because I'm using diluted fuel. Plus the pipes for the coal generator, because I got the little 32 power plant coal generator, because there's leftover coal. It's going to power. But check out that I need to check out the nuke plant, make sure everything is running, moving and grooving and flowing. Something ain't moving right. Something fucked up. Now I know something fucked up because plutonium's backing up. Did we run out of fixonium? Because for some reason, fixonium was running a little bit behind. Popcorn time. Why is it popcorn time? Because I'm getting into rant mode? The fixonium is still backed up a little bit. Fuel rods are still about where they were. But I am burning a little bit more fixonium than what I'm making. I'm not sure how. 11.2 per minute. I gotta go through and check every one of these, make sure they're all set to the right overclock. $224. If you guys happen to see one of these with under 100% efficiency, let me know. Because all I'm looking at is my clock speed. I really wish there was an external indicator or something like this that showed you what your clock speed was. And I also do promise that my 14.5 terawatt factory will not take a year to build. So there's 20 times 11.2, that's 224. Each of these is making 22.4. There's 10 of them. I believe one of these is running at like 99.9. But it's close enough that the game itself is showing that it's at 100. But I should not have plutonium back here. Because when I started this save, or started this stream today, plutonium actually wasn't even filling up the belt. One of the particle accelerators wasn't even full. So the only other thing that could be is to burn 22.4 plutonium. One of the reactors has to be slightly under overclocked. Like everything's supposed to be 250 except for one. I think it's this one. This one is at 250. I really don't feel like going through 90 of these. Because it's 90 times 0.25. It's 22.5. I need one of them. I need 89 at 0.25 plus 1 at 0.2. Or 0.1? 1.5. So that might be what it was. If this one had was crapping out that 0.1 more per minute over a 7-hour stream, it could have backed up that much. That could have been the problem. I mean, looking at it, we didn't get into the bins. So now I just have to, I'll let it run for another day, and if we get into the bins, then I know something's not running right. Because I know I'm not short on plutonium fuel rods. Because that's not all of them. Ah, that's no bueno. Yep, we're backing up on uranium. Why are we backing up on uranium? Why are we reaching meltdown phase? What's screwed up? Do I get to show off the drone issue? Because if we're backed up on uranium, that means nitrogen. I saw a yellow light there for a second. It ain't nitrogen. Nitrogen is fine. But we've definitely backed up on. Shouldn't be sulfuric acid. Found some math. It's possible to go to 15 mil. Oh, you're in the Discord. Send it to me. We're definitely good on nitric acid. Is it sulfuric acid? I mean, sulfuric acid is not full. We're running at 100%, but that's... I should be overproducing sulfuric acid. No, I do not need to flush. Flushing in this instance would be bad. Let me trace my... I've got more than I need of sulfur coming in, so... Let's just bump one refinery on each of these lines up a little bit. Hopefully the pipes can handle it. Honestly, I don't remember what the pipes are. 112. So I think it was 560 per pipe. Because it's... That should overfill me. Which I am absolutely fine with. See that? I've got too much sulfuric acid there. Where's my pump? Oh, don't fucking tell me I didn't do that. Don't fucking tell me I didn't put pumps on these. If you send me the link, I can do it. That's a non-issue. If you send me the link, I can do the I can do it through Modeler. I'm not great with Modeler, but okay. So that should definitely get me overfilled on sulfuric acid. Yeah. Oh shit. I didn't do that. If you're not aware, there's sometimes a little issue when it comes to pumps, valves, and putting anything in line on a pipe. Alright, I just got a DM on Discord. I'll check that after stream. I'm assuming that's you, Foxy. Yeah, I mean, I'll look at it and I'll run the numbers. Because a lot of people do theoretical. Like, I found a post on Reddit that said 25 million was possible. No, he actually says it's not possible, but it's like, what the hell is the point of making a post to say something's not possible? Okay, why am I not getting sulfuric acid now? Go away, stupid keyboard. Clickbaiting Satisfactory. Yeah, I try not to do that. I mean, if I make a title saying, you know, I'm building this or that, I'm building this or that. Yeah, today's is a little on the clickbaity side because, you know, but we are talking about. And I know you're not talking about me, but I mean, that's my goal. Is I want it to be attention grabbing. I want the clicks and stuff. You know, I'm still trying to build my channel. I'm still trying to get subs. I'm not even monetized. The only way I am monetized is on Twitch. So if you wish to financially support the channel for any reason, you can go subscribe over on Twitch. I'm going to turn this generator off. This is my not fully overclocked generator. And I normally turn that one off to try to let some of the waste build up, or back it, to try to eat through some of the waste when it backs up. But I gotta get this sulfuric acid. It's filling. And if you're used to a manifold in any way, shape, or form, you know how this works. This one's cram-packed full, but the pipe's not full yet. So now this one's going to start filling up at a faster rate. I did sub on Twitch, I just never go there. Yeah, I don't use Twitch very often. I stream to Twitch, but I don't have my Twitch notifications turned on at all. So like, I don't know when other people go live if they only stream to Twitch. So once this one hits 50, the next one's going to start getting hit hard. It's already getting there. And then hopefully this tank fills up. Nitric acid, this one I don't care about because these have nitric acid in them. And that's just a buffer supply for me. That way, if one of these nitrogen drones decides it wants to be fucking stupid again, I have a little bit, yeah, a little bit. There's only a couple buffers. But I'd never had a problem with sulfuric acid, so that one's filling up now. I have never needed the sulfuric acid buffers. And this is one of the reasons why I was saying I didn't really want to deal with nitric acid and sulfuric acid for the rocket fuel, is because the fluid issues. That slosh bullshit. Like I have this set up. Each one of these needs 36. There is just remember whatever this number is times 2. There's 14 here. Times 14. 504. So I need 1,008 here. Using the valves fixes a lot of slosh issues, though. Never had issues. Yeah. I've done the valve thing. My normal solution is just to put way too damn much in the pipe. If I've got the material, like, I need, completely theoretically, 500 sulfur per minute here, plus 1,000 to make the something, whatever. In some other step. I know there's 2 steps that require sulfur in nuclear. I just don't remember them off the top of my head. I'm bringing in 1,550. I'm bringing in slightly more sulfur than what I need, because I set this whole system up getting exactly the amount of sulfur I needed in the bins, and then to make it more, I grabbed another sulfur node and trained it over. So the sulfur trains leave with sulfur. That bin is full. Every one of these bins is completely full. The train stations are mostly full. That train will probably leave with sulfur because I'm bringing too much in. So overclocking a refinery or two, a little bit more than I need, it will balance itself out because the pipe's going to get full, the machine's going to run under its efficiency, and all will be golden. But welcome in, Jens. You're just in time for 8 o'clock, which means it's time for the end of the Idget Show. If you haven't already, please remember to smack the crap out of the like button like it owes you money. If you're new here lurking or watching this after the fact and somehow you made it through the last 7 hours of whatever the hell I did during this stream, and you enjoyed the content, smack that subscribe button. I'm still building my channel. We got a lot of really and weird going on in 1.2 when it releases on March 17th, and I will be moving directly into the experimental build with a brand new save. I will probably mess with this save for a little while once 1.2 goes out, just so we can, see some of the new stuff, because this is endgame. I have everything. Yeah, I know. Let's do it. But until tomorrow, when we try to figure out what the hell I'm going to do for another 7 hours in basically post game, I've been an idiot, obviously. Bye, y'all.